Hey, good morning, everyone. I'm just going to be super brief and just wanted to welcome everyone to Vilnius, Lithuania for the 74th NATO Summit? 74th NATO Summit. Anyway, as you all know, we have the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, here to take any questions you all have. And so I'm just going to kick it off to him since he has a short amount of time. Thank you.
Thanks, Karine, and good morning to everybody. I hope you're doing well. Today is a good day. We're coming into this consequential NATO summit with a full head of steam. The President released a statement last night welcoming the agreement between Turkey, Sweden, and the NATO Secretary General, including President Erdogan's commitment to transmit Sweden's accession protocols for ratification. While this deal was, of course, the product of direct talks among the three parties to that agreement, NATO, Turkey, and Sweden, the United States had significant recent engagement with everyone involved. The President hosted the Swedish Prime Minister at the White House last week. He called President Erdogan on Sunday, and he'll look forward to meeting with President Erdogan this evening as well to discuss the full range of issues in our relationship. Secretary Blinken has been regularly speaking with his Turkish counterpart throughout this process, and I've had multiple conversations with both my Swedish and my Turkish counterparts in the past few days, including yesterday. At every turn, we supported the efforts by Sweden, Turkey, and NATO to reach an understanding that would allow Sweden's accession in the Turkish parliament to move forward, and therefore Sweden's membership in NATO to move forward, and we very much look forward to welcoming Sweden as NATO's 32nd ally in the near future. Soon we will be able to say that since this war began, since Russia invaded Ukraine, we'll have welcomed two new members of NATO with strong militaries, expanding both the size and the strength of the alliance. And it is a particularly strong signal that two historically non-aligned countries have chosen at this moment in history to join the NATO alliance. The President will start today by meeting with the Lithuanian President and thanking him for hosting the NATO summit. The President in that meeting will reaffirm our ironclad support for Article 5, for reinforcing NATO's eastern flank. In fact, the President has bolstered our force posture following Russia's invasion of Ukraine last year, and indeed we have rotating U.S. military personnel right here in Lithuania. Then the President will meet with members of Congress who are here at the summit, including the leaders of the Senate NATO Observer Group, as part of our close coordination with Congress. When the NATO summit gets underway, our alliance will not only be bigger and stronger than ever, than at any point in modern memory. And this is in no small part thanks to President Biden's personal leadership. He has devoted significant time, dozens, if not hundreds of hours, over the past 2.5 years to restoring America's place on the world stage, to rebuilding and revitalizing our alliances and partnerships, including NATO, and to rallying the world to respond forcefully and effectively to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So today and tomorrow, the alliance is going to come together to address serious challenges and to modernize our deterrence and defense capabilities. Among other things, allies will adopt a new NATO force model, which will increase readiness and capacity. Allies will agree to increase defense spending and adopt a new defense investment pledge. More allies are above 2% today or on a path to get there. We will agree that 2% should be a floor, not a ceiling, and we will agree that it is important for all NATO allies to spend more to contribute to our collective defense. This builds on the progress that we have made. 2023 is the 9th consecutive year of increased defense spending by non-U.S. allies. Allies are now working to strengthen their defense industrial bases, boosting production of critical weapons and equipment. At the summit, we will also see allies come together around bolstering our cyber resilience and our cyber defense through increased coordination. And we will see the alliance expand global partnerships with Indo-Pacific partners and the European Union. Of course, Ukraine will be a big focus. Tomorrow will be the very first meeting of the NATO-Ukraine Council. Allies will agree on a new package of increased support for Ukraine. look at Ukraine's long-term needs, and expand plans for Ukraine's interoperability with NATO. Allies will also discuss Ukraine's path to future membership in NATO. As President Biden noted, bringing Ukraine into the alliance now here in Vilnius would bring NATO into war with Russia. Also, Ukraine has further steps to take along its reform path. But allies will send a united, positive signal on Ukraine's path to future membership in the alliance. The President will have the chance tomorrow to meet with President Zelensky. They'll discuss how the U.S., alongside our allies and partners, are prepared to make long-term commitments to help Ukraine defend itself now and to deter future aggression. And there will be further announcements on how these long-term commitments will come forward during the day tomorrow. That's on top of the historic support that the United States has already provided over the course of the past 16 months. Tomorrow night, before departing Vilnius, the President will give a major speech highlighting how the United States, along with our allies and partners, is supporting Ukraine, defending democratic values, and taking action to address global challenges. And I'll say one final thing. We have appreciated Secretary General Stoltenberg's leadership throughout this critical period when European security has been tested, when the rules-based international system has been tested. We are grateful for his leadership, reaching a deal with Turkey and Sweden last night. And you will see allies recognize that leadership as well, quite concretely, by unanimously endorsing his extension as NATO Secretary General for another year. So with that, and I'm sorry that was all a mouthful, but there is a lot of substance in this summit, a lot to get through over the course of the next 48 hours. With that, I'll be happy to take your questions. Yeah.
Could you address Turkey's request for F-16s and whether or not that factored into any of the conversations that went on in the lead up to
President Biden has been clear and unequivocal for months that he supported the transfer of F-16s to Turkey, that this is in our national interest, it's in the interest of NATO that Turkey get that capability. He has placed no caveats or conditions on that in his public and private comments over the past few months, and he intends to move forward with that transfer in consultation with Congress. Yeah.
Thanks, Jake. This reform, it will take Ukraine to make those reforms once the war has ended.
I can't put a timetable on it. I don't believe that you will see that coming out of here. This is about the substance of democratic and security sector reforms and getting those right. And of course, that in many ways turns on the particular steps that are taken. From our perspective, it is the work of the alliance with Ukraine to lay out that reform path and then to have Ukraine work towards it. They have something called an annual national program. It details many of the steps that they have embraced and are taking. And in fact, in the course of the summit over the next 2 days, the alliance will mark a lot of the progress Ukraine has already made and then have the opportunity to discuss with Ukraine the further steps.
But I tell you, is this a 5-year path? Is this a 10-year path? How soon would you like to see Ukraine become a member of NATO?
I can't put a timetable on it for you. Yeah.
Go back to the F-16s. Is there a world where the U.S. would be selling these F-16 fighter jets to Turkey before Turkey's parliament votes on Sweden's accession into NATO?
The President has said all along that he is interested in getting these F-16s to Turkey. He has backed that up by actually sending the package to the Congress. And so we will work with the Congress on the appropriate timing for getting them to Turkey. But I can't speculate on the precise day it's going to happen, only that we support it getting done. Yeah.
Does the United States support Turkey's application to the EU? And do you believe that Turkey has the democratic values that the European community has to make it a member?
President Biden has long been on the record supporting Turkey's membership in the European Union. The United States continues to support Turkey getting on the path to membership to the European Union and is seeing talks between the European Union and Turkey unfold in a way that is constructive for both sides. Of course, those talks would include discussions of the necessary reforms and steps relative to democratic resilience that every prospective applicant to the European Union goes through, and that would include Turkey as well. NATO is NATO. The EU is the EU. The United States is not part of the EU. The United States has previously voiced support for Turkey entering these talks with Europe and restarting these talks with Europe on EU membership. President Biden has had a very long, very public record on this subject long before the question of Sweden's membership in NATO ever came onto the table. So as far as we're concerned, these issues are not connected. Yeah.
I've got a question for you about Ukraine and then one about China. On Ukraine, there's a new House Judiciary report that says that the FBI partnered with the Ukrainian intelligence agency to assess disinformation and censor social media accounts. Apparently, some accounts of journalists and even one of the State Department were wrapped up in this initiative. What are you able to tell us about the initiative and especially the White House and NSC involvement?
I have not seen that report. All I will tell you is that the United States and the Biden administration strongly support press freedom, media freedom, and would support no steps that would be taken to undermine that.
Yesterday, the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York indicted a man named Gal Luft for violating the Foreign Agents Registration Act by working without registration for a company called CEFC China Energy. The president's son and brother worked for the same firm without registration, and the president was invoked in that infamous shakedown text message receiving the transfer of $5 million to the Biden family. The president allegedly met with their business partners, was penciled in for a 10% cut, and was listed on as a participant on a call about the White House's take on potential FARA liability for the first family of the president here.
I've not seen that and can't comment on it. Yeah.
Thanks, Jake. I wanted to follow on two of the things. On F-16s, do you have any update? Senator Menendez suggested that he might be warming to the idea. Can you talk about your conversations with him at all? And then on Ukraine, you talked about the pathway to reforms. It seems like the map has kind of come off the table, but could you talk about what kind of mechanism you'll be discussing in terms of how Ukraine could get to NATO membership?
So allies are continuing to discuss this morning the precise nature of the process with respect to Ukraine's pathway. So I won't get ahead of the decisions that are taken today and then will be announced as part of the communique tomorrow. All I will say is that there's a lot of goodwill and energy in the room, and I think that allies will come together around a consensus way forward on that question. And then I'll let Senator Menendez speak for himself. But yes, of course, we've been in contact with Senator Menendez as he is the chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee through which any transfer of F-16s would go. We've also been in touch with the other chairs and rankings of the Senate and House Foreign Relations Committees. Yeah.
I think it said that for Ukraine to join NATO now, that could draw NATO into a direct conflict with Russia. But is your condition, is the actual condition that there be no Russian troops on Ukrainian soil anywhere? When Russia has to withdraw from Crimea, Donbass, what is sort of the line there as what you would define as not active conflict to allow Ukraine to join NATO?
I don't think you'll see explicit conditions along those lines reflected in the NATO communique or expressed from this podium or from the White House podium. This is obviously a dynamic situation. We will look at the conditions and circumstances as they unfold, continue to consult with allies, continue to consult with Ukraine, and make decisions on the basis of what's best for European security and how we can best support Ukraine.
You're not defining at war necessarily Russia holding any plot of land in Ukraine around the
Today, we're not going to define at war. We're not going to lay down a definition for that. And there have been historical circumstances where you've seen, different ways of looking at that question. That will be for an ongoing discussion and dialogue within the alliance. Yeah.
On cluster munitions, on the way over here, you characterize the British Prime Minister as saying that he was basically acting within his legal obligations with the same limited protest that he raised publicly. Did he do anything in private that was more forceful, or did he repeat his public statements that he wanted to discourage the use of these weapons?
One of the things I said on the way over here was that you wouldn't see this cluster munitions decision by the United States in any way disrupt or undermine the very close unity between the U.S. and the United Kingdom. I think that was borne out yesterday across the board. Prime Minister Sunak and President Biden had an incredibly energetic conversation on a range of issues, including their tight coordination and full unity on the bigger picture in Ukraine. The Prime Minister said nothing different in private than he said in public. They have their legal obligations, but you certainly haven't seen the British Prime Minister, or really, for that matter, any of our NATO allies go out and say that this threatens NATO unity. You haven't heard anyone say that, and the answer for why that is because it doesn't threaten NATO unity. And you'll see over the course of the next couple of days that while allies have different views on this particular weapon system, and many are signatories to the Oslo Convention, there is a wide degree of understanding that the United States took this decision thoughtfully, carefully, and in the best interests of protecting Ukraine's people and Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty. I do not want to suggest there's unity on the use of the munitions. Obviously, many countries have said because of their legal obligations they wouldn't support them. My point is only that the difference of perspective on the question of the particular munition has not had a broader impact on what has been historic, sustained, and continuing unity for NATO overall. I would take this opportunity to point out that in a lot of the coverage coming into the summit, I would say rumors of the death of NATO's unity were greatly exaggerated. Every few months, the question is called, can the West hang together? Can NATO hang together? Can transatlantic unity hang together? Every time allies gather, that question gets re-upped. And every time the allies come together and answer it forcefully and vehemently, yes, we can. Vladimir Putin has been counting on the West to crack, NATO to crack, the transatlantic alliance to crack. He has been disappointed at every turn. Vilnius will very much disappoint him. Yeah.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up on the F-16s and Turkey. Greece has expressed concerns repeatedly about Turkey acquiring these F-16s. So I wanted to ask if the administration has talked with the Greek government and has given any assurances over this. Thank you.
President Biden and Secretary Blinken have both spoken with the Greek Prime Minister broadly about the relationship, to congratulate him on his recent election victory, to talk about U.S.-Greece relations, to talk about our shared security concerns, to talk about the ways in which we are going to specifically support Greece's defense capabilities and needs, and also to talk about, as President Biden also did with President Erdogan, our interest in seeing de-escalation and calm in the Eastern Mediterranean and in the Aegean. And beyond that, I have nothing further to add. Yeah.
When President Biden spoke with President Erdogan, did he make clear that while he didn't see F-16s as linked to Sweden's NATO bid, that it would be easier for Congress to move on it if Turkey were to back Sweden's bid?
So I'm not going to get into all the specifics of the conversation, just to say that from the President's perspective, his focus in that conversation was really on how the U.S. and Turkey could move forward positively, not, trying to paint a negative or dark scenario. This, from the President's perspective, was a call of encouragement for Turkey to take a big step, and the President is gratified that Turkey, in fact, did take that big step. Yeah.
President Zelensky is asking for a clear signal from NATO leaders. So just what would that signal look like? And can you talk a little bit about the decision for President Biden to meet with him? Obviously, it's important. Why and what are they hoping to achieve?
Look, if President Biden and President Zelensky are in the same city, they're going to meet. The United States has been the leading partner in supporting Ukraine and supporting President Zelensky in his and the Ukrainian people's brave defense of their homeland, and being able to coordinate on all aspects, our military support, our economic support, the continued work on democratic reforms in Kyiv. President Biden will always seize that opportunity, and he's looking forward to a full conversation with President Zelensky on all of those issues. With respect to what clear signal means, of course, President Zelensky will have his view. President Biden will have the opportunity to talk to him both in their bilateral and then on the margins of the meetings tomorrow, and we've been consulting closely over time. I think what comes out of Vilnius in the communique will be something that Ukraine will be able to embrace as a positive signal with respect to the question of Ukraine's future pathway towards membership. Yep.
Jake, can you just sort of lay out what the conversation was like between President Biden and President Erdogan? Because I was confused about the timeline. After they had that call on Air Force One, then we get a statement from Erdogan that he needs to be allowed. When Erdogan made that statement that he intended to let Sweden into NATO?
Well, of course, President Biden couldn't be in President Erdogan's mind, but as I said in reading out the call on the plane on the way over here, it was a long, detailed, constructive call, and President Biden certainly believed that President Erdogan was weighing this decision carefully, and that President Biden had confidence he would either take this step in Vilnius or in the period shortly thereafter. So from the president's perspective, the two leaders had a good understanding of one another. They talked in detail, and President Biden got off that call without any certainty about the way ahead, but with the sense that President Erdogan was taking this issue, as he always does, very seriously. Take one more question. Sorry?
It didn't look like he was moving the goalpost, Erdogan, to the administration.
From the administration's perspective, we knew that Turkey had a certain set of concerns, that Sweden had taken really quite historic steps to address those concerns. Yes, President Erdogan raised other issues as well, but the president continued to focus back in on the core point that from the point of view of Sweden being able to come into the alliance, the real issue was, had it been able to satisfy what it had committed to a year ago in Madrid? The president made the point to Erdogan, yes, in fact, it had, and he pointed out in quite specific detail how that had happened. And I think that Sweden's effective work really had an impact on Erdogan's ultimate decision here. Last question.
Jake, we can two quick ones. We heard from President Zelensky, who said in response to the president saying that if Ukraine were to be allowed into NATO right now, it would effectively say we are at war with Russia. Zelensky pushed back and said, we're not asking to be added right now. Does the United States concede that there is a way that Ukraine can get a stronger commitment to join NATO in the near future without putting the U.S. at war with Russia?
Well, I would just point out that 48 hours ago, the coverage was about a major division in perspective on the question of Ukraine's membership. I think your question underlines the fact that there is consensus, including from Ukraine, that the question is not Ukraine and NATO now here at Vilnius. The question is, what's the pathway towards Ukraine's future membership? I think we can come to a good understanding about that here in Vilnius among all of the allies and with Ukraine. That's really what these next 2 days are about, and I think that's what will be reflected in the communique.
Then finally, on the cluster munitions, the president in his comments this weekend with Marie Zakaria made clear that this was in part a temporary move because we were low on, or they, the Ukrainians, were low on ammunition. What time frame are we talking about in terms of the ability to, again, provide them with the ammunition the Ukrainians need? How long is it going to take, given all of the military aid that's been provided so far, to get back up to speed in that regard?
Right. What President Biden was referring to is the fact that the unitary rounds that we've been providing and that we've been getting other allies and partners to provide to Ukraine, those stockpiles are running low. So in the absence of providing the cluster munition variant of 155, Ukraine would not have enough artillery, not just to conduct this counteroffensive, but potentially not enough artillery to be able to defend the positions it holds. We were not prepared to leave Ukraine defenseless, period. So for us, when it came down to the choice, our choice was, despite the difficulty, despite the challenges, despite the risk to civilian harm associated with cluster munitions, the risk to civilian harm of leaving Ukraine without the ammo it needed was, from our perspective, greater. You're right that we view that as temporary because many months ago we began the intensive process of ramping up our unitary round production. Once it hits a level where unitary round production can satisfy Ukraine's needs, then there will be no need to continue giving cluster munitions. I cannot give you an exact timeline for that because, of course, war is dynamic, and it goes to the base hitting its marks in terms of increased production. So far, they have been hitting their marks. It is not as fast as we want, but they laid out a timeline, and they are working along it. So as the weeks unfold, we will begin to be able to paint a clearer picture of what this pathway looks like exactly. But those are the two main variables. One variable, usage rates, depending on the nature of the conflict on the ground. The other variable, how quickly the defense industrial base can get up to the unitary round level necessary to sustain Ukraine's defensive needs.
Is that days, weeks, or months?
It's months, but the question is how many. Okay, thanks everybody.
Can take pictures, but only inside the public forum premises. You can follow up the discussions online by using the hashtag NATO and public forum and the hashtag NATO Summit. We have YouTube studio on site, actually it's back there, where a group of content creators are interviewing prominent speakers and participants of our forum. To learn more about it, you can follow on social media Jack Kelly from the UK, Maria Efrosinina from Ukraine, and Paulius Mykolaitis from Lithuania. Now, please put your mobile.
but also online to the NATO Public Forum in Vilnius. This is the place where the public discussion, the public debate surrounding the NATO summit is going to take place. NATO heads of state and government are meeting today and tomorrow at a time, critical time for transatlantic security. Russia continues its brutal war against Ukraine. We are facing a more dangerous and competitive security environment. And core principles of our security and the rules-based international order are increasingly contested. The leaders of our alliance will be taking very important decisions in Vilnius. This will help to keep our people safe and continue to support Ukraine. This is why it's vital that our citizens understand these decisions and that they see what is at stake for them and for the security. NATO is honored to launch this summit public forum with 4 fantastic partners: the German Marshall Fund of the United States, the Munich Security Conference, the Atlantic Council, and our Lithuanian co-host, the Eastern Europe Studies Center, whose director, Linas Kojala, is here with me to open this event today. Linas, I'm very excited about the program. It has been really hard, but I think we have a great lineup. So what discussion are you looking forward the most?
Your Excellencies, dear Carmen, I'm so excited that I've lost my voice almost. But it's going to be an exciting event. We're going to have discussions on support for Ukraine, on deterrence and defense, on technology and climate change. So all the things that are on the agenda for political leaders as well. So it's going to be a successful event, that I know and can guarantee, because we have a fantastic team that contributed to this for more than 1 year. So I would like to thank the partners, the think tanks, NATO PDD, all the staff that's working here hard for days and weeks to make it perfect. And I'm going to be sure it's going to be the best NATO public forum ever.
And why? Why is that going to be like this? Because actually this forum brings together some of the brightest minds to help promote a better understanding of what our leaders will be discussing only a few rooms away. And here we will be debating how NATO will continue to adapt to meet today's security challenges and threats. Together with Linas, we look forward to a lively debate between you, the experts, the academics, the journalists, the young influencers. We also have many young influencers and our leaders. And this will help to add color and substance to some of the most pressing issues, important issues on NATO's political agenda. So looking around the room, Linas, I think we can say that you and our audience online will contribute to a fascinating discussion. With this, I'm pleased to welcome on stage our NATO Secretary General, Jens Stoltenberg. Please.
Or maybe you should sit. Okay.
Good morning. I'm Andrea Mitchell, Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent for NBC News and host of Andrea Mitchell Reports on MSNBC, and it is my great honor to be here to have a conversation with the Secretary General, and thank you so much for the invitation to this forum. Secretary General, first, congratulations on the extension of yet another year. In the middle of a war, I think the world is grateful that you are here to continue to lead this organization. I want to talk to you about the message that you want to send from this meeting, this summit. Importantly, of course, there is the news that you have announced, that you have persuaded Turkey to accept Sweden's entry. How did you manage to achieve that? What concessions has NATO given, or others given, the U.S., perhaps, to get President Erdogan, to agree?
So first of all, you can read everything in the statement we issued yesterday. So you can just log on the NATO homepage.
But you have to give us the backstory.
No, yeah, but that tells actually what we have agreed. And first of all, the most important message is that this summit is already historic before it has started, because we have now in place Swedish membership. Sweden will become a full-fledged member of this alliance. That's good for Sweden. It's good for Turkey, and it's good for the whole of NATO, and it's also good for the Baltic region. And we have the president of Lithuania, our host nation for this summit, President Nausėda, and also Prime Minister Kaja Kallas here, and they know that with both Finland and Sweden into the alliance, the whole task of protecting the Baltic area becomes so much easier for this alliance. So this is important for the whole of NATO, but in particular this region. So this is an historic decision, a historic moment, and an historic summit. And then people think it's very mysterious, but it's not very mysterious. It's actually the fact that this is in the interest of Turkey. And then, of course, Turkey very early raised some legitimate security concerns related to terrorism. And since Madrid, where we agreed to invite both countries, Finland and Sweden, we have stepped up, and in particular Sweden and Turkey has stepped up what they do together to fight terrorism. Sweden has amended its constitution. Sweden has strengthened counter-terrorism laws. They have established mechanisms to work more closely to exchange intelligence and information between Sweden and Turkey. And just a few days ago, we had a decision in the Swedish court where a member of PKK was convicted to help to finance terrorism. These are the kind of examples and implementation of the agreement in Madrid that enabled the announcement yesterday. So as a neighbor of Sweden, it's great to have Sweden as a full member. We will all be safer.
But would you expect that Turkey will be getting F-16s from the United States?
That's a decision by the United States, and it has been made very clear by Turkey that they don't see any link, because we have stated, I have stated, and NATO has also been clear that we should do what we can to remove and eliminate restrictions on arms exports between allies. And I welcome any dialogue between Turkey and the United States on F-16s, but that's not part of the agreement we reached yesterday.
How quickly can Sweden be admitted?
President Erdogan promised yesterday to submit the ratification papers as soon as possible to the Grand National Assembly. And then, of course, they have to have the parliamentary process in Turkey. So it's not for me to go into the details about the exact timelines. The Turkish parliament is not in session now, but the most important thing is that we have a clear decision by Turkey that they will ratify, they will submit the accession protocol, and therefore I'm absolutely confident that we have now solved the main issue, that there will be also ratification in Turkey.
Now, I know that there's a great interest in projecting the unity of the alliance, which you have helped bring together and which our countries have all worked very hard on. But there are disagreements. Let me talk about cluster bombs, because there are so many countries, the UK, France, Germany, more than 100 nations have banned their use of the cluster munitions. President Biden has indicated it was a very difficult decision and that he thought it was necessary because of the shortage of ammunition. We all knew the counteroffensive was going to begin. Why haven't the countries provided enough ammunition, enough munitions, conventional munitions, so that there would be no need for these dreadful weapons?
I think we all have to realize that this war has now become, and actually been for many months, a war of attrition. And a war of attrition is a battle of logistics. The need to supply with ammunition, with spare parts, with fuel, with repair, with maintenance is enormous. And of course, we realized that also just last fall. So we started to engage with industry from the NATO side, individual allies, and slowly production is now increasing, ramping up. I welcome that. But the problem is that since we didn't have big enough stocks in the beginning, and since production capacity was not big enough when this war started, it takes some time before we have all the production capacity in place. So in that meantime, the supply of ammunition is a challenge. So far, allies have depleted stocks, but of course, in the long run, that's not a sustainable option. We need to get up production. And we are very focused on that. At the last NATO Defense Ministerial meeting, we met with the industry, and now gradually more and more allies are signing long-term contracts. We also use the NATO Support and Procurement Agency to have joint procurement to utilize the economy of scale to get our unit costs. The EU is also doing a lot to increase production. So all these efforts are gradually having an impact. We welcome that. But there remains the fact that at least in the short run, there is a challenge that Ukraine is running low on ammunition, and therefore we need to do whatever we can to supply them with as much ammunition as we can. Then on the specific issue of exactly what kind of ammunition, that's a national decision of each and every ally. Some allies have signed the convention on cluster ammunition. Some allies have not. So this is not a NATO position. Allies have different positions on that convention. What we need to understand is that cluster ammunition has been used on both sides in this war already. They are already in use in the conflict. The difference is that Russia is using cluster ammunition to invade another country, to occupy Ukraine, while Ukraine is using cluster ammunition to defend itself against the Russian aggression.
President Zelensky has acknowledged that it is very hard going. Russia's defenses are embedded and the terrain is much more difficult. How critical is this counteroffensive? Are you concerned that this could become a frozen conflict?
So wars are by nature unpredictable. Wars tend to last longer than we expect. But our only answer is that we need to stand by Ukraine for as long as it takes. And we need to step up and sustain our support to Ukraine. That will be the clear message from this summit. That has been the message from NATO allies and partners now since the war started. And then we have to remember that the war actually started in 2014. What we saw in February last year was the full-fledged invasion, and NATO allies have been provided support to Ukraine since 2014. Then we stepped up after full-fledged invasion. Yes, the counter-offensive is of course extremely important. The Ukrainians are gaining ground. They are pushing back the Russian occupiers, but they meet fierce resistance. They dug in Russian positions, prepared defenses, minefields, dragon teeth, and a lot of other fixed defenses. Of course, this is a challenge, but again, the only answer from our side is to support Ukraine.
Are you confident that this summit will agree on security guarantees for Ukraine post-war?
I'm confident that we will make strong and united decisions on Ukraine, both to sustain and step up our support. I'm also confident that on the membership issue, allies will reaffirm that Ukraine will become a member. And I put forward at the foreign ministerial meeting in Oslo in May a package on how to move forward on the membership issue. And that was a package of 3 elements. One was to step up practical support, not least to have a multi-year program to ensure that Ukrainian forces become fully interoperable with NATO forces. That's the first element. The second element is to strengthen the political ties with establishing the NATO-Ukraine Council, and I expect us to have we will have the inaugural meeting tomorrow, and that will be a new body that actually ensures that we meet as equals, Ukraine and all the NATO allies, and also a council that can make decisions. And the third element in the package I put forward at the foreign ministerial meeting in May was to remove the requirement for membership action plan. Because Ukraine has come a long way since we made that decision in 2008, that the next step will be a membership action plan. Ukraine is much closer to NATO, so I think the time has come to reflect that in also the NATO decisions. So all put together, including that we make clear that Ukraine will become a member, we remove the membership action plan, we make their forces interoperable with NATO forces, we establish the NATO-Ukraine Council. All that together will send a very strong and positive message from NATO to Ukraine.
Are you concerned about, as this war becomes more protracted, are you concerned, though, about pressure for negotiations and lack of support in the United States in an election year, which we're hearing from some quarters in both parties?
Also, what we have seen is an enormous will from all allies across Europe and North America to support Ukraine. And if you look at the opinion polls, the support remains very high. Of course, it varies a bit between countries. It goes a bit up and down, but the main message is strong bipartisan support in the United States, but also across Europe and Canada to stand by Ukraine. And I think the support for Ukraine is strong, partly because people feel solidarity with Ukraine. It will be a tragedy for Ukraine if President Putin wins. But I think also people realize the very simple fact that if President Putin wins in Ukraine, it will be not only bad for Ukrainians, it will be dangerous for us. Because then the message will be to all authoritarian leaders that when they use military force, when they violate international law, when they invade another country, they get what they want. And that will make the world even more dangerous, and we will become more vulnerable. So it's in our security interest to support Ukraine, and that's the reason.
only several hundred kilometers away from the front line of the cruel and devastating war in Ukraine, still being waged by Russia. Among all the NATO capitals, Vilnius is the one geographically closest to Kiev. And this closeness is a powerful symbol by itself. Yet symbols are powerless to deter the aggression, let alone stop one. That is exactly why the NATO summit is gathering here in Vilnius, to rise to the challenge and to adopt much-needed decisions that would strengthen our security. I sincerely hope that we will. By meeting in Vilnius, we reaffirm at least three crucially important truths. First, the security of the alliance is indivisible. Every inch of the Allied territory will be collectively defended from day one. We will work relentlessly to further improve our deterrence and forward defense. Second, Ukraine's rightful place is in NATO. We must deepen political and practical bonds with Ukraine, defining a clear pathway towards Ukraine's membership in NATO. At the same time, we must continue providing uninterrupted financial and military support till the very moment of Ukraine's victory. Third, our alliance needs deeper partnerships with like-minded countries around the globe, from Western Balkans and South Caucasus to the Indo-Pacific. Dear participants of the forum, Russia poses the most significant and direct threat to our alliance. Therefore, deterring and containing Russia remains a key task for the foreseeable future. I am glad to note that NATO is rising to that challenge. All allies stand firm and united behind Article 5 commitments. The alliance is already making history in Vilnius by approving the new generation defense plans. It is also vitally important to complete the assignment of the necessary forces and capabilities and make those plans executable by the end of this year. Scaling up military presence in the allied countries most exposed to threat and in the areas of particular strategic importance for the alliance is an existential necessity, not a whim. I welcome the announcements of Germany in this respect, and I am confident that by 2026, in place, a combat-ready German-led NATO brigade in Lithuania will become the best proof of Zeitenwende in action. A more serious approach to defense investment is also necessary. I am glad to see this topic as a starting item on the public forum's agenda. Preventing the war is always cheaper than defending against aggression. I expect that your insights on this subject will echo in the bigger public support for increased defense spending, as well as in more ambitious governmental decisions. 2% of GDP for defense must become a bare minimum, the floor and not the ceiling anymore. We must also take decisions on Ukraine. For 15 years since Bucharest, we have been repeating the same mantras that one day Ukraine will join NATO. But we never took any tangible step forward on that path. At the same time, Russia did not hesitate to take the initiative invading Georgia in 2008, illegally annexing Crimea, destabilizing Donbass, and launching full-scale military invasion in Ukraine. It is time to change the paradigm. There will be no security and stability in Europe unless Ukraine's future is clearly defined. A clear pathway to the membership in NATO is something we owe to Ukraine. Only Article 5 can provide real security guarantees, which would deter Russia from any future aggression. There are no other miraculous alternatives. Tomorrow, we will be having a first meeting of NATO-Ukraine Council, a significant upgrade of our practical and political partnership. I also hope we will pave the pathway towards Ukraine's membership in NATO, to be followed by the invitation as soon as circumstances allow. Nobody and no one, including us, should deprive Ukraine of their choice. Dear friends, we have no luxury of dealing only with one threat or challenge at a time anymore. The complexity of global security environment, and especially increasing challenges to the rules-based international order coming from authoritarian states, requires strengthening cooperation within NATO. The current NATO strategic concept has acknowledged China as a systemic challenger to the transatlantic security. I strongly believe that reducing economic and energy dependency on the autocratic regimes is vital to our interests and values. From now on, de-risking is our path forward, and we must take it seriously. I am happy to welcome at the Vilnius Summit our partners from the Indo-Pacific region. We have a shared responsibility to defend and strengthen the rules-based international order, and developing trusted partnerships in the only way to increase economic resilience and contribute to regional and international peace and stability. We also need a fresh, pragmatic, and coherent policy on the South. It has multifaceted consequences to the allies. I expect your substantive reflection on the challenges and opportunities in the South. It is also crucial to continue discussions on energy, cyber, and technological security, as well as on innovations, hybrid threats, and climate change. All these aspects that I have mentioned are essential pieces of the great security. Addressing them, we would empower the alliance and make it more capable to respond to any threat from any direction. Lastly, I expect we will end the summit in Vilnius as a summit of 32, with Sweden becoming a full-fledged member of NATO. Actually, it's already happening in front of our eyes. I wish you all great success in all your deliberations today. Let this public forum of the NATO summit contribute to the better teamwork between experts and policymakers, to better public understanding and awareness of the complexity of the threats to Euro-Atlantic security, and to our common responsibility to protect and defend it. Thank you.
It was an honor to hear from the President of Lithuania right after we have heard from the NATO Secretary General. This looks like a promising start of the morning. Before we continue with our distinguished guests, please remember that to address a question in the room, you must raise your hand and wait for the moderator to invite you to the microphone. For those watching us online, you can address your questions by registering on the event website, NATO Public Forum 2023.lt. Once registered, follow the registration link received by email to access Slido. On with our forum. Now I would like to introduce Heather Conley. She is the president of the German Marshall Fund of the United States, and she will present the next panelists.
Russia's role along the eastern flank, but the regional defense plans also have implications for Canada in the high north and the North Atlantic, a huge area of protection for Canada. Help us understand what these regional defense plans will mean for Canada, and how do you as Prime Minister, convey this to your citizens, how important this is to their security?
Well, I think one of the things that our citizens across all our countries are understanding right now is the world is changing, and not necessarily in reassuring ways. The aggressive posture, not just of Russia in its invasion of Ukraine, but the rise of authoritarian powers that are trying to push the limits of the rules-based order, challenge in every function that they can, try and make might right once again, means we have to be absolutely unequivocal in standing up for them and bringing our citizens along. There's no question that in Canada, like everywhere, inflation's a challenge, housing prices are a challenge, labor shortages are a challenge, the hangovers from the pandemic, worries about climate change. There's so many things going on that additioning to this geopolitical instability as something we also have to step up and spend on requires explaining, but not that much explaining. Canadians understand deeply how if Russia is successful in redrawing lines on a map in Ukraine, then everything else around the world becomes more dangerous and more destabilized. And people are now fully convinced that what happens on the other side of the world does have an impact on them. So Canadians have been extremely supportive of the close to $8 billion that we've invested in military, financial, and humanitarian support to Ukraine over the past short while. And they're also very enthusiastic about what I was announcing with Christianis yesterday, which, as you say, is a doubling of the Canadian contingent in Latvia as we move towards brigade side, along with others, because holding and strengthening NATO's eastern flank against Russia is unbelievably important. But just last summer, I was up in Cambridge Bay, Nunavut, which is one of our more northern communities, with Jens Stoltenberg to talk about the posture around the Arctic and how Canada is continuing to make investments in not just in military in the Arctic, but in Arctic sovereignty, which for us goes through the people who live in the Arctic. Infrastructure, communities, economic opportunities, protection of the climate, presence, and active use of Canada's Arctic as part of how we're going to make sure that as, unfortunately, the Arctic becomes a more and more accessible theater of operations or of interference or of exploitation, Canada and other Nordic countries are very much connected. I say other Nordic countries because a couple of weeks ago I was in Iceland with the Nordic Council talking at great length about what we were going to do to continue to work together to protect our Arctic. But the world is changing. Canadians get that, and I think people throughout the alliance as citizens understand how we need to step up, as Rob was pointing out.
Absolutely. Prime Minister Karish, I'd love to hear from your perspective. Obviously, this is an incredibly welcome announcement.
dar vienas fotografas. Dar bus? Ai, nu tada okei. Štai, kad čia jisai. Supratau, tai sukaliotis. Taip, filmuoja, fotografuoja. Žinai, čia man tiesiog pasifilmuoti kadrą šiek tiek reikia ir tiek. Nėra labai svarbu, bet bent jau šitoj vietoj. Mes čia nearšus. Galvau, gal čia laisva vieta.
Say the name of this menu. Thank you.
Tada žiūri, kažkam nepatiko. Bet elektrą taupė, fontaniuką nenaudojo iš pradžių. Dabar jau ne. Fontaniuką. Kadangi ežero nėra, tai bent jau atstoja garsai. Ai, va, tai laikas, ne? Tam trumpas telefonas.
북해 지역과 유럽에서 일어나는 모든 일은 서로에게 영향을 미칩니다. 그래서 우크라이나의 전쟁도 전 세계적으로 많은 파급 효과가 있기 때문에 대통령의 우크라이나에 대한 불법적인 침략을 비판해 주신 데 대해서 감사드립니다. 이와 더불어서 북한의 핵미사일 위협도 저희 나토 동맹들과 전 세계에 아주 큰 영향을 미치기 때문에 이에 대한 중요성을 제가 강조를 하고 싶습니다. 이렇게 해서 저희가 다 같이 규범기관 국제 질서를 지켜나갈 수 있어야 할 것이고 또 이번 계기에 저희가 IPP 새로운 파트너십 프로그램을 체결하게 되는데 이게 저희 협력의 중요성을 다시 한번 강조해 준다고 생각합니다.
작년 마드리드에 이어서 또 지난 1월 스톨텐베르크 총장님께서 서울을 방문해 주셨고 또 6개월 만에 빌뉴스에서 이렇게 뵙게 돼서 정말 반갑고 기쁩니다. 우리 대한민국은 작년에 이어 올해 두 번째로 나토의 초청을 받았습니다. 작년에 첫 번째 그 초청을 받았을 때는 한국과 나토의 어떤 유대관계 그리고 가치를 공유하는 국가들 간의 어떤 연대감을 확인한 것이라고 한다면은 이번 나토 참석은 나토와 한국 간의 협력의 틀을 제도화하고 그렇게 해서 ITPP 개별 맞춤형 이런 프로그램들을 만들어서 협력의 틀을 제도화하고 그리고 나토와 군사 정보와 사이버 분야의 협력에 관한 논의를 진행하기 위해서 이번에 왔습니다. 그리고 앞으로 우리 스톨텐베르그 총장님께서도 지적하셨듯이 대서양의 안보와 또 인도양 태평양의 안보가 서로 분리될 수 없는 그런 상황에서 우리 대한민국, 일본, 호주, 뉴질랜드 같은 인태 지역의 국가들과 나토와의 긴밀한 협력이 그 어느 때보다 중요하다고 생각합니다. 이렇게 초청해 주셔서 감사하고 이번 나토 회의가 글로벌 안보와 또 신흥 안보 분야에 대해서 의미 있는 이런 논의가 있기를 바라겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Mr. Secretary General, we've met last year in Madrid and also during your visit to Seoul earlier this year, and now we're meeting in Vilnius. It is my pleasure to see you again. And this is my second participation in the NATO summit following last year. And last year, I really focusing on the sense of bond and solidarity with the countries sharing common values in NATO allies. And I'm going to focus on this year's summit to really institutionalize the framework of our cooperation with NATO. And I also would like to move forward our discussions with you about further enhancing our cooperation in sharing military information and also cybersecurity. And going forward, as Mr. Secretary General, you've rightfully mentioned, I believe that the security in the transatlantic and also in the Indo-Pacific is an integral part for the global security. And that is why we need to closely cooperate, including our partners in the Indo-Pacific, like Korea, Japan, Australia, and New Zealand. So once again, thank you for your kind invitation, and I believe that we could have a meaningful discussion to enhance global security and to deal with the emerging new security threats. Thank you.
이게 저 ITPP?
Yes.
오케이. 한번 열어볼까?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
so much. This will be the signature photo.
They like to get first, so.
Okay, they can go first and just go down and
TV and then
over the top
everyone
of you.
else.
So go ahead.
Thank you.
We'll follow you.
His editorials will stay in the back, don't go up to the row. The mold should be on your left as you walk in. Brian.
So we're going to go in front of me and kneel down.
Yeah, we're going to kneel
So
down.
we're all good.
And you're already ready? Yes.
Lights are set 4,000. Lights are down.
It was way. It wasn't. No.
Well, actually, the light is set. The lights are set 4,000. Maybe the window. That's what it is. It's different than it's a mixture.
So is it clear for the American pool to the left, for the Lithuanian and the rest of the media to the right? Yeah, the bigger spaces on the right. So you go to
celebrating 100 years of our establishment of our diplomatic relations. Also, our cooperation recently is improving a over time. But I would like also to thank for the non-recognition policy of the United States regarding the occupation of Lithuania in the Soviet Union. It was very persistent policy. It helped us, our spirit, moral spirit high, and I think this is very important to remember too. The situation in our region is unfortunately deteriorating, and you see what is happening around us, and we see Belarus just swallowed into the Russian Federation, and we see that Belarus is becoming additional threat, additional factor of insecurity in the region. So this is the reason why we ask the NATO, we ask our strongest ally, United States, to pay a consistent attention to the security of our region, and I think the NATO summit, which takes place in Vilnius, in absolutely near proximity to adversary countries, this is symbolic event. Symbolic, but also at the same time, this is a great opportunity to take the bold decisions, and we expect that they will be done. This is very important to mention that we already have this Vilnius meeting as historical one, even before it started, because the membership of Sweden is already on the table, and I think we will welcome the 32nd member of NATO very soon. We have regional defense plans approved, and now it's important that they become executable by the end of this year, with repositioning, with assigned forces. We are probably, Lithuania is one of the most enthusiastic supporters of transatlantic bond in Europe, in European Union, because we think that your participation, your attention is extremely important in this field of geopolitical uncertainty. And at the same time, Lithuania is intending to acquire military equipment from the United States, and I would like to mention Black Hawks. Also, we intend to buy HIMARS, LTVs, Oshkoshs, and all this military equipment that helps us to modernize our military forces. At the same time, we closely cooperating with Germany, and recently the very good decision was announced by Defense Minister Boris Pistorius to scale up the forward presence of EFP country Germany in Lithuania up to brigade size on a permanent basis. So I think it would be very positive to welcome this decision and welcome the engagement of all EFP countries in the region to increase the forward presence in our region. So, Mr. President, thank you so much for your participation in our NATO summit. I am looking forward to closely cooperate with you and with our colleagues during these 2 days. I am looking forward to be able to listen to your speech tomorrow in Vilnius University. It will be another historical moment for Lithuania, and all Lithuanian people greet you so warmly. Even Vilnius, you see, it's a little bit empty right now, but this is because of security restrictions, and some people decided to leave the city just to avoid some inconveniences. But, you know, in our hearts, from bottom of our hearts, we welcome your visit, we welcome your arrival, and we are looking forward to cooperate with the United States in the future.
Well, Mr. President, thank you for the welcome. Thank you, team, as well. You know, it's great to be back in Vilnius. I was here in 2014 as Vice President, shortly after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the first time. And at the time talked about what I thought Russia was likely to continue to do. Some people were somewhat skeptical of my judgment at the time. And unfortunately it turned out to be accurate. And the United States is here today to reaffirm our commitment to NATO, but also to Vilnius. Look, we go back a long way, and when we were committed to Lithuania and to the Baltics and to NATO. I remember, you may recall, when we were having a debate in the United States Senate about enlarging NATO, and I was arguing very strongly the Baltics should all be part of NATO. And very, very added value. And our pledge to be with you has not wavered. It didn't take us long to get thousands of troops here when Russia invaded the second time. We'll be able to be assured that you're going to have all that you need. If we have a Secretary of Defense today, we can send him along. He's not. All kidding aside. And look, as I've said before, we take, NATO takes, all of us take, Article 5 literally. 1 inch of NATO territory means we're all on the war together against whomever is violating that space. And we're going to defend every inch of it. And I want to thank you, Mr. President, for hosting this historic summit at an important time. The first time that NATO leaders will meet with 31 together, and looking forward to meeting very soon with 32 members, with the addition of Sweden. The leader of Sweden was just in my Oval Office not long ago, and we were hoping this would occur when it did, and I'm confident we'll get that done today. And in the coming days, we're also going to discuss a range of issues, how to strengthen NATO's eastern flank and modernize NATO's deterrence and defense capabilities. And we're going to be doing it in a place where those efforts truly matter every single solitary day. And we're also going to discuss our support for the people of Ukraine. And I want to thank you for your partnership and leadership as we take on this challenge together. So I look forward to our conversation today and to continuing to stand with you and all the people of Lithuania for a simple reason: the shared values and the same value set. It's important. That's what NATO is all about. That's what the Transatlantic Alliance is about. As you probably heard, I'm a very strong supporter of the Transatlantic Alliance. I've learned that nothing happens here that doesn't affect us. So we're all in. Looking forward to the day. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. President, when did you find out about President Erdogan wrote his objection over Sweden? Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thanks, folks.
Thank you so much. Message for Ukrainians on the front lines right now, waiting for a strong signal that they will join NATO.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Press. Thank you, guys. Thanks, Press. Thanks, Press. Thank you.
this summit is an historic summit because we have already made an agreement that ensures that Sweden will become a full-fledged member of the alliance. And this is good for Sweden, it is good for Turkey, it's good for the whole NATO alliance, and not least it's good for the Baltic region, for Lithuania and the other countries in this region. At the summit we'll also make important decisions, sending a clear message to Ukraine that we stand by Ukraine for as long as it takes, and expect allies also to reiterate a commitment to provide military support to Ukraine to help them liberate more land. On the membership issue, I also expect that allies will send a clear and positive message on the path forward towards membership for Ukraine. I have proposed a package of 3 elements with more practical support with a multi-year program to ensure full interoperability between the Ukrainian forces and the NATO forces. This will move Ukraine closer to NATO. To strengthen the political ties with the establishment of the NATO-Ukraine Council. We will have the inaugural meeting tomorrow with President Zelensky. And then to remove the requirement for membership action plan. This will turn the membership process for Ukraine from a 2-step process into a 1-step process. So all of this will send a positive and strong message. Then allies will also make important decisions to further strengthen our deterrence and defense with new defense plans and more forces on high readiness. We also agree that I also expect that allies will agree a more ambitious defense investment pledge where 2% of GDP for defense will be a minimum. And then lastly, I look forward to also welcoming our Indo-Pacific partners at this summit. This will demonstrate that security is not regional, security is global, and therefore I welcome the partners from Australia, New Zealand, South Korea and Japan. And with that, I'm ready to take some questions.
Secretary General Steve Sedgwick, CNBC. Sir, security guarantees didn't stop Vladimir Putin in 2014. The Budapest Memorandum was a worthless piece of paper to Vladimir Putin. What is concrete about the future security guarantees for Ukraine that will make a difference? And a second point, if I may, on the same issue. Ukraine has fears that perhaps security guarantees will change over time with different leaderships, perhaps a different presidency in the US. What kind of guarantees are there that security guarantees will outlast any changes of presidency in the United States? Thank you, sir.
Well, we all agree that the most imminent task now is to ensure that Ukraine prevails as a sovereign, independent nation in Europe. So the most important thing we can do is to continue to provide weapons, ammunition, military support to Ukraine, because unless Ukraine prevails as a nation, as a democratic nation in Europe, there is no issue to be discussed about security guarantees or membership in NATO at all. Then on the membership issue, we will send a clear message, a positive message on the path forward. The text in the communique will be made public within hours later on today when all allies agree on the text. But I expect that allies will agree a message which is clear on the need to move Ukraine closer to NATO, with making sure that their forces are interoperable with the NATO-Ukraine Council, and also removing the requirement for a membership action plan. This is all about moving Ukraine closer to NATO membership, which will be extremely important for Ukraine, and also demonstrates the unity and the strength of the message that NATO allies are sending to Ukraine.
Accidents and nuclear security in the region is worsening. So we have the Russian forces occupying Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. We have the announcement of Vladimir Putin to put Russian nuclear warheads in Belarus. What will be the reaction of NATO if some nuclear accident happens in Zaporizhzhia, or these nuclear warheads will be really placed in Belarus? What will be the response of NATO countries?
So First of all, the nuclear rhetoric of Russia is dangerous and reckless, and Russia must know that a nuclear war can never be won and must never be fought. NATO allies are, of course, monitoring closely what Russia is doing. We condemn the announcement that Russia will deploy tactical nuclear weapons to Belarus. We are monitoring closely what they are doing. So far, we haven't seen any changes in the Russian nuclear deployments posture that requires any changes from our side, but we remain vigilant, and we will ensure that we, of course, are ready to protect and defend every NATO ally against any potential threat. On the situation in Zaporizhzhia, our message to Russia is that they had to withdraw their forces because the way they now behave in Zaporizhzia is undermining the security of this biggest nuclear power plant in Europe.
Secretary Stoltenberg, one question on the membership language in the conclusions. Will the word invitation feature in the conclusions? And the second question, a few days ago, Mr. Zelensky said there was no point in coming to Vilnius if there was no concrete discussion and concrete thing that NATO could offer. What would that have meant to NATO, and now what is your feeling about this? Will he come?
President Zelensky will come. I'm glad to welcome him both at the dinner tonight and at the inaugural meeting of the NATO-Ukraine Council tomorrow. NATO ally will send a strong, united, positive message on the path forward for Ukraine. But I will not go into the exact language now, because that will be made public when the communique with the text is agreed, and that will happen later on today. But rest assured, the message will be positive, the message will be strong, the message will be united from NATO allies. This is both about the path forward for membership, but also about the most imminent task, and that is military support. Because unless we ensure that Ukraine wins this war, unless we ensure that Ukraine prevails as a sovereign independent nation, there is no membership issue to be discussed. So we have to understand the timelines, the tasks, and the first and the most imminent task is to ensure that Ukraine prevails and President Putin does not win this war.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary General, can you say something about the decisive issues in the last moments of the negotiations between Turkey and Sweden? How important were, for example, the F-16s probably arriving from the United States? And lastly, how relieved are you personally of this result?
Well, the agreement is public. You can see the statement, and that statement addresses the same issues that we agreed in Madrid. So the agreement yesterday, it builds on and is implementing the agreement that we reached last year in Madrid. So this is about stepping up the cooperation to fight terrorism, which is extremely important for Turkey, but also for all NATO allies. It's about the lifting restrictions on arms exports, and it's also about ensuring that this is a long-term continued cooperation between Sweden and Turkey also after accession. So there are no other agreements. The agreement is public, as the agreement was in Madrid, and the good news is that we have then paved the way for Sweden to become a full member. And I would thank President Erdogan, I also thank Prime Minister Kristersson for their constructive approach that enabled the decision yesterday to allow Sweden to become a full member, and for Turkey then to ratify the accession protocols for Sweden.
Regarding the agreement reached by Turkey and Sweden yesterday, I would like to ask, will NATO act as a guarantor, especially for promises made by Swedish side, new promises made, to be fulfilled not only before but after the ratification as well?
I'm absolutely confident that both Sweden and Turkey will adhere to the agreement, and also that this will continue after accession, and to ensure that we actually established last year in Madrid what we call the permanent mechanism to ensure the continued cooperation on the fighting terrorism. And just the fact that we have met many times since Madrid to step up our cooperation in the fight against terrorism demonstrates that this is a lasting agreement and a lasting commitment that will also be there after Sweden joins the alliance.
A question on the bilateral or multilateral security guarantees, which are not part of the NATO, as I understand. Can you elaborate a little bit what they will contain, which countries will participate, and as of what time they will be valid? So is it only when there's a ceasefire, when the war is over? So, and will it be concluded here at the summit? Thank you.
At the NATO summit, we will agree a package for Ukraine with more practical support, with stronger political ties, and also decisions to move Ukraine closer to NATO membership. And the exact language will be available later on this today. Then some allies are also then having a bilateral or multilateral dialogue with Ukraine on a framework to have in place to ensure continued support for Ukraine. I think it would be wrong if I go into the exact language of that and also exactly how that will be made public. But of course, this will complement and supplement the decisions made at the NATO summit.
Secretary General, the question about potential Wagner mercenaries in Belarus. Are there any traces of their presence seen by NATO? Thank you.
The answer is no. So far, we haven't seen any deployment or movement of any Wagner forces into Belarus. But of course, again, we follow closely what's happening, and of course, for Lithuania, a neighbor, it matters. NATO is here. We are ready to defend against any potential threat, but so far we haven't seen any deployment of Wagner forces to Belarus.
Thank you. Ida Hallikainen from Ilta-Sanomat, Finland. How do you feel, was Finland's and Sweden's ratification process too slow, and what kind of message will the membership send to Russia? Thank you.
This sends a very clear message to Russia, to President Putin, that NATO's door remains open. And that it is for NATO allies to decide on enlargement. Moscow, President Putin doesn't have a veto on NATO enlargement. And this is demonstrated by the fact that Finland is now already a full-fledged member, and that we yesterday agreed to also make Sweden a full member, that Turkey will ratify the accession protocols for Sweden. So this sends a clear and strong message, and it also demonstrates that President Putin's war of aggression against Ukraine was a big strategic mistake. He totally underestimated the Ukrainians, he underestimated the unity of NATO allies, but he also underestimated the political consequences in countries like Sweden and Finland. He went to war because he wanted less NATO. He's getting more NATO military presence in the eastern part of the alliance, and 2 new members. Finland, already a member, and then Sweden, soon to become a member. So that just highlights the big strategic mistake that President Putin made when he invaded Ukraine. Let me also add that this has been the fastest accession process in NATO's modern history. That's obviously the case for Finland, which is already a member, but also for Sweden. So this has actually gone fast. You have to remember that Sweden and Finland applied for membership in May last year. Already in June, all our allies invited both Finland and Sweden to become members. Then Finland was ratified a few months later, and Sweden obtained this invitee status after the decision in Madrid, and now also their accession will be ratified. So this has been fast, and that demonstrates the unity and the resolve and the commitment of NATO allies to demonstrate that NATO's door remains open.
Mark Rivastanik, Serbia. Mr. Stoltenberg, Mr. President Vučić said that he will ask a meeting with you. Do we meet, and when? And why KFOR allows special units for Pristina in the north of Kosovo and Metohija despite Serbians, and can do anything with that?
As I'm in regular contact with President Alexander Vučić, and of course I'm ready to meet. We are concerned about the increased tensions in Kosovo, and we call on all parties to de-escalate and to refrain from any action that can further increase tensions in the region. NATO is present in Kosovo. We have the KFOR forces there that are there to ensure security and stability for Kosovo and the people living in Kosovo. We execute our UN mandate in an impartial way, and NATO has increased its presence in Kosovo, added some 100 extra KFOR troops because of the instability and the violence and the tensions we have seen over the last weeks. Thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome back to the NATO summit. It's really great to see you here again. This is your second NATO summit, and for me that really demonstrates your personal commitment to the partnership between Australia and the NATO, a partnership we really value, because security is not regional, security is global. What happens in the Indo-Pacific matters for Europe, for NATO, and what happens in Europe matters for the Indo-Pacific. And this is demonstrated by the ongoing war in Ukraine, which has global ramifications. We are extremely grateful for Australia's strong support to Ukraine, your military support, your economic support. It really makes a difference every day, and it's important also for our security. So thank you so much. We also welcome the deepening of the partnership between NATO and Australia. We work together on issues like cyber, new technology, and also on countering hybrid threats. So this just demonstrates the importance of the partnership between Australia and the NATO. So once again, Prime Minister, it's great to have you here, and welcome to the NATO Summit.
Well, thank you so much, Secretary General. It is good to be here at my second NATO Summit in just over a year that I've had the honour of being Australia's Prime Minister. I want to firstly congratulate you on your reappointment, very well deserved, and for your leadership that NATO is showing to promote security, stability and prosperity in the region and indeed throughout the world. Australia stands strongly with Ukraine. We regard this as a struggle about the international rule of law, about whether sovereign nations' borders will be respected, about fundamental human rights. And we've seen the global impact as well has been a reminder to Australia that even though we are at some distance from where we are today and from the conflict that is occurring after the brutal invasion of Ukraine by Russia, we've been impacted as well. An impact in one part of the world in today's interconnected globe means that it's had an impact on our inflation, on our economy and indeed on our people. And that's why we need to be engaged. We will continue to stand with you and stand with the people of Ukraine in the struggle that they are undertaking. And we also will continue to be engaged on issues such as cyber, on issues including we recognise the importance of NATO recognising climate change as a national security issue is something that we have in common. And I'm very pleased to be here. I look forward to coming back to NATO, though, when there is not conflict in a land war that is being involved in here. But we will be engaged in support of the people of Ukraine for as long as is necessary, and will continue to provide what support is needed to the best of our capacity. And we had another announcement very recently, and yesterday, of course, we had an announcement as well of support for a reconnaissance aircraft to be placed in Germany to provide support for the logistics that are needed to give support and aid in Ukraine. So I look forward to our discussion this morning, and I thank you for the ongoing engagement and for the invitation, giving us the honour of participating once again tomorrow in the Indo-Pacific Forum, along with Japan, South Korea and New Zealand, and then for presenting to all of the NATO members after that later tomorrow morning.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
We are representing Norway at what proves to be a historic NATO summit. I would first say that few countries in NATO will be more touched by the fact that Sweden is now becoming a member. And for the first time in modern history, the entire Nordic region will be inside NATO. And that has profound positive implications for the way we plan our security, our defense, and how we will contribute positively to NATO. NATO is a threat to none. This is an organization of collective security which will be enhanced by Swedish membership. Secondly, it is historic because we will now approve updated regional plans and updated regional structure, command structure, and we will secure the funding of NATO operations. That is a result of hard work in the entire alliance. And finally, we will reconfirm our support to Ukraine. Norway has committed a 5-year program of support to Ukraine militarily and in the civilian and economic sphere. And we hope to see this meeting issue a very clear prospect to Ukraine that their future lies in NATO, that we enhance our cooperation, and at the first meeting of the Ukraine-NATO Council will underline that political dimension. So this is indeed an historic meeting, and we will make every effort to contribute, as Norway has since 1949. Well, I think this will be consistent with the pledge made in 2008. Ukraine has the prospect of becoming a part of the NATO family. While war is raging in Ukraine, we have to support every effort to end that war and that Ukraine can defend its sovereignty as a democratic free nation. And I think an invitation should be phrased in a way that when the time is right and allies agree, Ukraine can be allowed in.
Prime Minister, people are now saying with the inclusion of Sweden and Finland into NATO that we now have the Baltic as a so-called NATO lake. Do you feel there will be some retributions or enhanced military activity from the Russians in response to the fact that, as you mentioned, Scandinavia is now complete with the Baltics and northern Germany and Poland in completing that NATO lake?
Think about it this way. We are all members of NATO, but we don't change as nations. Again, we are a threat to none. We want peace and stability in our region. The threat has come from Russia's aggression in Ukraine. That led Finland and Sweden to make historic decisions to join NATO. It took a bit more than a year when that was finalized. But we will still be Finland, Sweden, Norway, Iceland and Denmark from the Nordic perspective. We will be contributing to peace, stability and cooperation. But there also has to be solid defense and deterrence, and that has been as a result of Russia's aggression. That is the fact.
For my country, and you know we are in close proximity to the neighbor Belarus. We are in close proximity to.
Well, I think things have happened since 2008, so it will have to take that into account. We are now supporting Ukraine. We will enhance cooperation between Ukraine and NATO. And I think the perspective of Ukraine having a future in NATO will be underlined. Well, there are discussions among in the G7 sector of having security guarantees, assurances. That is outside NATO, but I expect that to be discussed also here at the summit. Thank you.
Meaning that we will not only repeat the mantra of officers of NATO, but also to show the clear pathway, how to proceed, how to find these laws. And the fragile security situation in the Baltic region, especially Suwalki Gap. I think this is very important to have the decisions to assign the necessary forces, to have the prepositioning taking into account just a very tense situation in this region. You know, Lithuania is sandwiched between Belarus on the one hand and Kaliningrad, heavily militarized region of Kaliningrad, and this Suwalki Gap is a small line But sometimes, of course, we would wish support comes faster. The decision making should be quicker, especially reacting to what is happening in the proximity of Lithuania, especially Belarus. And I mentioned to President Biden that Belarus really becomes an issue. And this is not like Belarus in, let's say, in 2020. Now we should not have any illusions. This country is not independent anymore. This is one more gubernia of Russian Federation. So Russian military forces, the Belarusian territory is fully available for Russian military forces to plan the operations against Ukraine. The recent announcement that tactical nuclear weapons will be deployed on Belarusian soil is in the stage of implementation. We know that, and this is only the matter of time when they will finalize it. Then instrumentalized migration is going on. Yes, this is not like it was 2 years ago, but still there. So all this as a complex shows that security situation in our region is not stable, is not improving, is deteriorating. And I hope that we will bring this news, this understanding to our allies, to our partners, and this will be one of the potential topics of our discussion today and tomorrow.
Mr. President, thank you.
Sorry, the line is waiting, so probably it will be possible to communicate, I think, in the future. But my colleagues are waiting for you. All the best.
Good morning, everyone. Really happy to be here at this NATO summit. Politically, a very important summit, but also symbolically to have this NATO summit here in Lithuania and one of the Baltic countries. Main message, of course, is our unity towards Ukraine. I think what we have shown over the past 17 months was definitely unexpected from the other side, and the support that we have given, I think, is only showing what we will be able to continue, and we are in here for a long run.
So it's a great day for Finland. For the first time we are full members attending the NATO meeting. The first good news we heard already. I mean that our good neighbor Sweden has succeeded in their negotiations to get some green light to their membership. And that is most important for us in Finland too, not just because they are good friends and neighbors, but they are very much needed in securing the Northern European security. So I have all the reasons to expect that we get more positive news during these days, and looking forward for that. So, please. Se on selvästi vihreää valoa Ruotsille kohti jäsenyyttä, ja kyllä minä uskon, että tässä nähdään myöskin sitten käytännön toteutus. Kuulimme myöskin jo Unkarin kohdalla, että kyse onkin vain teknisestä tilanteesta, jolloin toivottavasti saamme Ruotsin mahdollisimman äkkiä mukaan täytenä jäsenenä. Se on todella hyvä uutinen Suomelle. Olen sanonut, että Suomen jäsenyys ei ole täydellinen ilman Ruotsia. No, nyt se sitten täyttyy. Ensinnäkin koko tälle kokoukselle on varmasti äärettömän tärkeää, että kyetään antamaan hyvin yhtenäinen ja myönteinen signaali ulospäin. Tämä liittyy nyt vähän siihen pitkään keskusteluun Suomen ja Ruotsin jäsenyydestäkin, joka näytti ulospäin hivenen hajanaiselta. Nyt tuo Ruotsin kohdalla ratkaisu on selvä askel siihen, että täällä signaali on paitsi Ruotsin jäsenyys, niin myöskin tietty yhtenäisyys. Ja uskon, että tuon Ukrainan tilanteen kohdalta löytyy sellainen formulaatio, josta voidaan olla yksimielisiä. Ja sitten tulee olemaan mielenkiintoista nähdä, miten presidentti Zelenski omalta kohdalta asian näkee, kun hän tänne saapuu. Minä olisin nyt sitä mieltä, että Suomen hallituksen voisi olla viisasta ottaa selkeä nollatoleranssin kanta rasismiin. Jos hallitus tällaisen kykenee ottamaan, niin se minusta olisi hyvä signaali myöskin maailmalle. Täytyy nimittäin muistaa, että rasismi ja mahdolliset ongelmat maahanmuuton suhteen ovat kaksi täysin erillistä asiaa. Well, we are surely very delighted. That's very important, not only for Finland, but for Northern Europe, for NATO as a whole. So it's first positive news what we can now hear from this meeting. I'm very confident that what they agreed, that the result be Swedish membership. And we heard also Hungary saying that it's only a technicality question for them. So I have said many times that our membership is not complete without Sweden. So nu det är fullständig. Niin, olen tämän Ruotsin jäsenyyskysymyksen kohdalta kai aika useaankin kertaan nyt etukäteen sanonut, että odotan kyllä positiivista liikettä. En sinänsä, että Ruotsi olisi täällä mitenkään jäseneksi asti ennättänyt virallisesti, mutta kyllä tässä nyt suunnilleen kävi niin kuin ainakin itse vähän toiveikkaastikin odotin. Ja mitä sitten tulee Suomen hallitukseen, totesin jo mielipiteeni tai sen, mikä minun mielessäni tässä asiassa on, en sen enempää lausu. No, minusta kaikkein tärkeintä on nyt se, että meillä on vihreää valoa ja vielä tärkeämpää, että voimme luottaa siihen. Aikataulutus on sitten varmasti vähän tällainen valtio-opillinenkin kysymys sekä ehkä Turkissa että Unkarissa, mutta kyllä minä vähän ripeämpää aikataulua odottaisin kuin kuukausissa monissa. Meillähän on jo vuodelta 1999 Helsingin huippukokouksen päätös, jossa Suomi voimakkaasti myöskin tuki Turkin jäsenyyttä. Ja sitä Suomen myönteistä kantaa ei ole kyllä muutettu. Tosin se on nyt sitten ollut aika lailla levossa, niin kuin koko prosessikin. No me olemme tietysti kokeneet tässä vuoden mittaan jo montakin historiallista hetkeä, Mutta kyllä ne aina säväyttävät ja totta kai, vaikka olen tässä kokouksessa moneen kertaan ollut siis kumppaniroolissa, niin onhan tämä nyt ihan toista. Upea tunne ja todellakin kiitos kaikille suomalaisille siitä, että me tällaisen ratkaisun osasimme tehdä juuri oikeana aikana. No, minusta ensimmäinen hyvä vakuuttava viesti on se, että NATO on yhtenäisenä ja yhtenäisenä tukemassa Ukrainaa. Se on vahva viesti kuitenkin. Sitten tietysti vähän toinen raide liikkuu nyt G7-maiden toimesta. Heillä on tarkoitus ilmeisesti jossain vaiheessa julkistaa myöskin oma käsityksensä, joka liikkuu sellaisen termin kuin security assurance alla. Jotenka kyllä tässä viestiä tulee, mutta tästä kokouksesta tietysti tulee se yhtenäinen tuen osoittaminen Ukrainalle ja varmasti myöskin tuen osoittaminen siihen, että Ukraina saavuttaa ne ehdot tai kriteerit, niin kuin sanotaan, mahdollisimman nopeasti ja riittävällä tavalla, jotka NATO edellyttää. Hyvä. Kiitoksia. Minä en näe teitä.
Investment was record low because there was no political support for it. And in 1939, we wanted to increase the defense spending by 100%, but it was already too late. And with the defense spending, we can't act when the crisis is here. We have to act before, because that means procurement, that means production, and all of it. And when in 1988 all the allies were investing 2% to defense, it was because they felt that the threat is real. And now the threat is very real as the conventional war is going on. So I really urge all the allies to do it faster. This work has been very intense. I mean, the debates are going on all the time. We have 31 countries that are all democracies, and in democracies we debate, and we have reached already a good compromise and working on this as well. As I was mentioning, the NATO-Ukraine Council is the first step. Dropping the map is also one of the conditions, but also practical steps how to get to the membership. I mean, interoperability of equipment. Ukraine is using the equipment that the allies are giving and the ammunition, so it is already ticking those boxes. So what more can we do in order to really go to that membership? In political medium, we hear the worries that different allies have regarding the membership, but these are the same worries that were regarding us joining. And I just recently read the book about NATO's history, and it was very interesting how Germans at the time when the Visegrad countries were accepted didn't really want the Visegrad countries in, but then one of the representatives said that it's better that the Poles fight than the Germans fight the Russians. So here we have the Ukrainians fighting and not the...
I just got here from Latvia, where Canada made a significant investment in doubling our troops on the ground over the coming years, because we know how important it is to continue to stand strong on NATO's eastern flank. Defending our values and our territory is more important than ever, given what we've seen from Russia over these past number of months and indeed years since the invasion of Crimea. Canada has continued to step up on training. We continue to step up on direct support for Ukraine, about $8 billion worth of support. And we're going to continue to be there, which is why we're so glad to see everyone coming together on a clear path for Ukrainian accession to NATO when conditions allow. Also want to highlight what good news it is to have seen the forward movement on welcoming in Sweden. to NATO. Canada was the first country to ratify NATO's accession, Sweden's accession to NATO, and we're very pleased to be it. Le Canada a doublé ses intentions en termes de troupes au niveau de la Lettonie. On va continuer d'être là pour appuyer l'Ukraine et on va continuer d'être là pour être un partenaire fort à l'OTAN. Merci beaucoup tout le monde. Thank you.
Répondre aux objectifs que nous nous étions donnés à Madrid. Et je me félicite de l'accord qui a été obtenu hier pour justement l'entrée de la Suède et heureux aussi d'avoir la Finlande qui sera autour de la table avec nous comme membre. Vous savez que la France a soutenu cet agenda. C'est aussi un message très fort de soutien à tous les membres de l'Alliance et vous savez que la France, depuis le début de cette guerre, a renforcé sa présence avec 1000 de nos soldats qui sont présents en Roumanie, 300 en Estonie, plus une police aérienne qui fait que la France est un grand contributeur du renforcement de l'OTAN sur son flanc Est. Et puis compte tenu de la situation et de la contre-offensive qui est menée par l'Ukraine, j'ai pris la décision d'accroître les livraisons d'armes et d'équipements et de permettre d'avoir justement des capacités de frappe dans la profondeur aux Ukrainiens, toujours en gardant la clarté et la cohérence de notre doctrine, c'est-à-dire permettre à l'Ukraine de défendre son territoire. Et donc nous avons décidé de livrer de nouveaux missiles permettant des frappes dans la profondeur à l'Ukraine. Ce sera déployé conformément aux engagements que nous avons pris avec eux. Merci beaucoup. Je pense qu'aujourd'hui, ce qui est important pour nous, c'est d'envoyer un message de soutien à l'Ukraine, d'unité de l'OTAN et de détermination à ce que la Russie ne doive emporter cette guerre. Et c'est la grammaire dans laquelle nous devons rester. Je ne vous donnerai pas de chiffres aujourd'hui, mais je vous remercie de traduire. C'est ce qui a été décidé et nous répondrons aux besoins qui ont été exprimés par l'Ukraine. Merci beaucoup. Merci à vous.
Hello to all. This is a very... Prvo, ovo je isključително важен состанак, доаѓа во многу важен момент, во момент кога практично се води војна од
Well, it's a well-known position from Sweden to have close ties between Europe and Turkey, so that's well-known. And now we are promoting closer economic bonds, modernizing the customs union, providing better visa regulations and so forth. And I think there is a fertile ground for a closer cooperation. Well, I think it's, as I said, the Swedish position on cooperation between the EU and Turkey, that is decades long, so that's nothing new at all. And we just recently agreed within the EU on a wording that we, during the fall of this year, will restart talks about how to regain a better cooperation with Turkey. So nothing is new in that, I would say, but it's good. Yeah. Några svenska medier som vill någonting? I think I will stick to Jens Stoltenberg's wording from yesterday, as soon as possible. I think that's it gives the framework for the process ahead of us. I've talked quite recently with the Hungarian Prime Minister, so I feel very safe in his statements to me. Okay? Okay.
O tai ką jisai man padės? Dabar iškvietimo nėra. Padės man nereikia, Giedriau, tai reikia tik tai, kad leizonai žinotų. Tai gerai, tai aš jums perduosiu jam nesusireikia. Gerai, mes susitarėm. Gerai. Išvykimui tam buvo paruošta. Tai čia nuo dabar kalbam su... Aš tai nužiūrėksiu. Atsistosiu kampe, kad to netrukdyti prie šitą gražos vietos. Savo laiku. Vėl operatorius. Jeigu tu reikės, tu... Dėl manęs, jeigu tu turi reikalus, reik savo reikalus. Eik ten. Aš tau sakau, jeigu tu turi reikalų... Daugiau nebus išvykimų. Aš nežinau. Давай pasižiūrėti tą esmę, jūs ištransliuokit savo policijai, kad jokio vykimo negali būti per leizoną. Ir dar čia vienas dalykas būna kartais... Per toli atsistoja? Ne, per arti. Aš jums sakiau, palapinės kampas. Kai vienas čia atsistoja už tą... Gerai, aš ten pas parodysiu, trupučiu padėsiu. Ne, nu tai šitą stovi mūsų. Gerai. O šis išlipa iš mašinų. Aš jums sakiau tavo stebėti, išlipti tam, kad stebėtų tave. Ką tu darai, ar tu davai, ar davai. Nu tai... Bet nesaka reikia. Šiaip iš principo, žinai, vos negalėtų, kai mūsų žmogus ten yra prieki, ten vos negalėtų sakyti mašinai. Ir bylos sprendimas, nes tas pradžius. Sėdi mašinai, tavo žmogus pasitrauks, nesėdės, kad stebėtų anėlino įlimo pareigimus. Jo veiksmas. Geriausiai. Ir stojam tolimiausiam kampe baltos. Čia prieimimo metu. Tai aš tada ten atsistoju į tą dalyką pabaigti. Tau padėti. Kad varnų nebūtų. Gerai, jau atėjau aš, mano atėjus tavo. Tai gerai, tada aš traukiuosi iš žurnalistų patalpos. Gerai? Einu. Tu manęs taip pastavęs? Gerai? Dabar tas raudas praėjo. Montenegro.
Okay, cool. Just first of all, let's talk about why you're here, NATO, and President Zelensky wants to join you at this summit. What would you say to him when you look him in the eye at the summit in terms of the UK will support that to the world?
Well, it's great to be here in Lithuania for the NATO summit. The war in Ukraine has reminded us of the enduring unity and importance of this very special military alliance, which the UK has been at the heart of for its entire time of its existence. And priorities for this summit are to strengthen that alliance so that we can face the threats of the future and protect ourselves.
Hello. Which way are we going? The doorstep to the left.
Španija.
Tako je, pa ove godine će negdje stavljati fokus biti na to da neće više biti samo cilj dostizanje 2% izdvajanja u odnosu na BDP za odbranu, nego će to upravo biti negdje najmanji dio koji treba izdvajati. Crna Gora već ove godine će ispuniti taj cilj. Znate da mnoge druge članice još uvijek nisu došle do toga cilja, tako da Crna Gora u tom smislu ima jednu dobru startnu poziciju. Pa mi smo svi srećni što je upravo ovaj summit, prvi summit na kome Finska učestvuje kao punopravna članica, a upravo su i jučer došle dobre vijesti sa sastanka između predsjednika Erdogana i predsjednika vlade Švedske, gdje je odmrznut proces ratifikacije ulaska Švedske u NATO, tako da ja očekujem da to u turskom parlamentu ubrzo bude i okončano, čime će Švedska postati još jedna 32. punopravna članica NATO alijanse. Mislim da svaka zemlja ima svoje pravo da bira svoju spoljnu politiku i da građani iz svake od tih zemalja su izabrali i to je to što imam tu da kažem. Zahvaljujem. Pa mislim da Crna Gora tu zaista igra jednu dobru ulogu zemlje koja promoviše mir i stabilnost. Zabrinuti smo sa situacijom i tenzijama na sjeveru Kosova. U potpunosti podržavamo deeskalaciju sukoba i dijalog između Beograda i Prištine u okviru platforme koju je trenutno predstavila Europska unija. To sam upravo i rekao predsjedniku Vučiću i nadam se da će uskoro u potpunosti doći do rešenja na koristi Beograda i Prištine. Zahvaljujem.
Pues igual que yo. Bueno, lo primero, trasladar el compromiso del Gobierno de España, del conjunto de la sociedad española, con la OTAN, reconocer el trabajo también del Gobierno de Lituania y de su presidente Gitanas en la celebración y la hospitalidad y en el éxito de esta cumbre tan importante para la OTAN y para toda la alianza euroatlántica. Hoy vamos a tratar, como saben ustedes, y a lo largo del día de mañana, el desarrollo de lo que se ha llamado el concepto estratégico de Madrid, que fue la estrategia que aprobamos el año pasado en la cumbre de la capital de España para los próximos 10 años de la Alianza Atlántica. Vamos a hablar de la disuasión, vamos a hablar también de la cohesión de los aliados en torno a los valores, los principios que enarbola la OTAN. Y en ese sentido sí quisiera en primer lugar trasladar la unidad de todos los aliados, también del Gobierno de España, con Ucrania, con el país agredido por el imperialismo de Putin. En segundo lugar, también trasladar que España, lógicamente, como miembro comprometido de la OTAN, va a anunciar hoy un despliegue de fuerzas y de soldados españoles en el país de Eslovaquia para reforzar el frente oriental y también vamos a reforzar con un mayor número de efectivos nuestro contingente en Rumanía. Finalmente, como saben, pues para España es muy importante y ya está recogido también en el concepto estratégico de Madrid la estrategia 360 grados y, por tanto, el no olvidar el flanco sur y, por tanto, el que la OTAN mire a toda la fuente de inestabilidad, de riesgos, de desafíos que tenemos en el flanco sur. Como saben ustedes, también vamos a tener y vamos a contar con la participación de todos los Estados miembros de la Unión Europea y también del Indo-Pacífico, donde vamos a, lógicamente, poder evaluar y también valorar la situación geopolítica en esa zona del mundo. En fin, venimos con el ánimo de reconocer, en primer lugar, el trabajo bien hecho por parte del Gobierno de Lituania. En segundo lugar, reconocer también y valorar el compromiso del secretario general de la OTAN, Stoltenberg, por mantenerse un año más. Y finalmente, anunciar ese compromiso del Gobierno de España en el despliegue y en el refuerzo de nuestra presencia en el frente oriental, primero en Rumanía y con nuevas tropas en Eslovaquia. Y a partir de aquí, si quieren, respondo a dos preguntas y luego ya mañana.
¿Qué análisis hace del debate anoche? ¿Cree que le sirvió para dar un cuerpo a las entrevistas?
A ver, yo creo que los ciudadanos lo que merecen es escuchar propuestas, es escuchar cuál es el balance que se hace durante estos últimos 4 años de mandato, en este caso mío como presidente del Gobierno, y en segundo lugar cuáles son las propuestas de futuro. Eso es lo que hice como... Un momentito, me está... Entonces el planteamiento fue ese, ¿no? Hacer un balance y también propuestas de futuro. Lo hice en las pensiones, lo hice en el mercado laboral, lo hice también en todo lo que representan los derechos y libertades de las mujeres y del colectivo LGTBI. En fin, enfrente que tuvimos, bueno, pues tuvimos a un señor Feijóo que, ante la absoluta ausencia de proyecto político y de programa, pues lo que hizo fue, bueno, pues plantear una montaña de mentiras. El uso descarnado, como hemos visto durante estos últimos años, de un terrorismo, el de ETA, que desapareció afortunadamente porque lo venció la democracia española hace 11 años y, por tanto, yo salgo satisfecho de este debate. Creo que ha sido un debate donde se han clarificado muchas cosas y, sobre todo, lo que ha quedado meridianamente claro es que quien tiene un proyecto de país, de presente y de futuro, es el Partido Socialista y no el señor Feijóo.
Prime Minister, really good to see you. Steve Sedgwick from CNBC, sir. In terms of Europe paying for its own defence, it's something that various US administrations have berated you, have berated the Germans, have berated many for. Is Europe willing to not only talk about spending more, but actually spend more on its own defence?
We're actually talking and we're actually spending more in defence, not only on the total amount, but also on the investment package. So I think it's important, it is crucial to reinforce and strengthen our ties, our collaboration with the European Union strategy on defence and also the NATO goals and the NATO commitments that we reached and we assumed in Wales some years ago. La última, venga. Yo estoy satisfecho, soy un político con convicciones, soy un político con determinación, soy un político que escucha, pero que también responde, sobre todo que responde ante las falsedades que se vierten ante el crecimiento económico, el número de trabajadores autónomos. Es que hasta incluso el señor Feijóo dijo que habían aprobado la revalorización de las pensiones, cosa que fue mentira. En definitiva, una montaña de mentiras porque no hay detrás nada. Lo que hay es una ausencia total de proyecto político y también diría una inquietante táctica por parte del señor Feijóo de abrazarse al señor Abascal, al partido de Vox. Y esto es al final lo que nos estamos jugando el próximo 23 de julio. Ayer lo dije. El próximo 23 de julio no nos estamos jugando una mera alternancia como ha ocurrido en otras elecciones a lo largo de nuestra democracia. Nos estamos jugando por primera vez si España continúa avanzando como lo hemos hecho durante estos últimos 40 años de democracia o nos metemos en un túnel tenebroso del tiempo donde no sabemos exactamente dónde nos podría llevar tanto el señor Feijóo como el señor Abascal. Yo por eso estoy confiado con el resultado electoral del 23 de julio. Creo que la sociedad española va a seguir apostando por el avance, que va a decir que no al retroceso, a esta involución del Partido Popular con Vox. Y en ese contexto yo desarrollé todos mis argumentos, las propuestas de presente y de futuro, y enfrente lo que vimos fueron, pues eso, mentiras, insultos y una utilización lamentablemente descarnada de un terrorismo, el de ETA, que afortunadamente la democracia española derrotó hace ya muchos años. En fin, nos vemos la próxima mañana. Me parece que tenemos rueda de prensa y bueno, pues espero que puedan ustedes también disfrutar de esta ciudad. Gracias.
After more than 500 days of war that Russia is waging in Ukraine, NATO allies are coming together once again here in Vilnius. And I'm convinced that coming out of the summit today and tomorrow, NATO will be becoming even stronger. We're going to be approving very important NATO defense plans. These are plans that say how we will be able to defend every inch of NATO territory from the very first minute. Very important plans that we'll be adopting. Second, the strengthening of the eastern flanks, the commitments which were made last year in Madrid, they're now coming to fruition. As yesterday in Latvia, Latvia and Canada signed a bilateral roadmap indicating exactly how we will be moving up in Latvia to a brigade-size combat-capable force of the EFP. This is being duplicated throughout the eastern flank. And from Latvia's side, of course, we are making serious investments in our own defense. We're planning on hitting 3% of spending on defense in 2027. My finance minister says that if we move forward with the advanced weapons purchases, we could hit 3% as early as next year. So we have reintroduced conscription to increase the size and the capability of our armed forces. We are purchasing 3 new weapon systems simultaneously. This is air defense, coastal defense, and the HIMARS, the rocket artillery. And we are developing a new additional 25,000 hectare large training area in the south of Latvia to complement all the other training areas and to be able to, of course, to host the additional NATO forces which are present. I think it's very important that we all recommit to the 2% floor, but I think as we look to the future, it's quite clear that 2% will probably not be enough, and we will have to go above and beyond as Latvia is already doing. And finally, the big question, I think, on many people's minds is Ukraine. From my point of view, it's very clear that for peace and lasting stability in Europe, we need Ukraine to be part of NATO. Russia only understands strength, and we must be strong, and that wall must be very clear, and that wall would mean that Ukraine is within the NATO family. Regarding the next couple of days, I think it's important that we take some concrete steps to move in this direction, that it's very clear that this direction is being undertaken, and that we as NATO allies send a strong enough signal to our Ukrainian friends and partners. Not only do we need to, of course, to continue to supply them with ammunition, with weapons, with money, with humanitarian aid for as long as it takes for them to win this war, but we have to think seriously about what happens afterwards and how to ensure a lasting peace. I'm convinced that's the only way to secure that lasting peace. But today, I'm convinced that as we go into the room, we will come out even stronger than we are today.
Prime Minister, is there an appetite from European nations to get to the 2%? I hear your aspirations for a bigger north of that. I see what the Poles are doing. I see what the United States and other nations are doing. The largest nations in Europe are struggling to get to 2%. I talk about Germany namely as well. How do we reach 2%, let alone get to 3%?
Well, many things have changed in the past year. So the German government indicated their Zeitenwende, which includes a 100 billion euro investment package for defense. These monies are now starting to come into the system. When these monies are in, they will be at the 2%. So the German is, of course, we need to see all of that come in. But the thinking around the room, around the table has changed since everyone sees that Russia is not only a theoretical threat, it is a very real threat right on our doorstep. And we must be strong, and Russia must understand that we are not only strong in words, but strong also in capabilities. My stance is that I think it's important that we move in clearly in that direction. We know all of the various differences around the table. These are nuanced differences. It seems everyone agrees that that ultimately will be the landing zone. The question is, how quickly can we get to that landing zone? But we will continue to work, all of us, with Ukraine in helping them prepare for that day, including interoperability, including training, including weapon systems, including the defense industry, including monies for their country's reconstruction and strengthening out their own military.
So, what is your message to the NATO allies who are not yet spending 2% of GDP on defense?
The message is very clear. The threat of Russia is very real, and as we see, Russia can and is willing to wage war against a neighboring country, and when that war is waged, it costs us all an awful lot of money to deal with the consequences of war. Not only sending the weapons and the ammunition to Ukraine, but dealing with the knock-on effects such as the energy crisis last year, the spiraling inflation which is now coming under control. That cost us an awful lot of money, a lot more than 2% of our GDP that we would be spending on defense. And the investment in defense is an investment in our own collective security. It is a deterrent to make sure that there will not be the next war.
Do you plan to discuss Belarus problem and how do you see the threat from Belarus?
We see from Latvia's side that Belarusian independence is de facto gone. This is a complete satellite of Russia. The threat is very real. We keep a very wary eye on everything along our southern border. We work very closely together with the Lithuanians and the Poles. Situational awareness, and we will continue to support the Belarusian democratic opposition, and I'm convinced that eventually that opposition will succeed. History is on their side. We just have to get through this section, this part of time together. Thank you.
Good morning. I hope that we will have very effective and decisive summit. We have few very interesting topics to discuss, and I hope we'll make decisions, important decisions for NATO, for Ukraine, and also, as I hope you can understand, for eastern flank of NATO, because I am the president of Poland, so eastern flank is especially interesting for me. And that's the most important things. To jest bardzo, bardzo dobra wiadomość. Szczerze mówiąc, czekaliśmy na nią do ostatniej chwili. Mieliśmy nadzieję, że ta akceptacja jednak będzie, bo to jest rozsądne rozwiązanie. Obecność zarówno Finlandii, która już jest częścią NATO, jak i Szwecji, która wierzę w to głęboko, w najbliższym czasie stanie się częścią NATO, z całą pewnością ogromnie wzmacnia Sojusz Północnoatlantycki, zwłaszcza w tej naszej części Europy, w Europie Środkowej i tutaj od północy, więc mogę powiedzieć tak, jako prezydent Polski wyrażam satysfakcję i radość z tego powodu, że sprawy idą w dobrym kierunku. Polska na szczycie NATO jest częścią Sojuszu Północnoatlantyckiego. Sojusz Północnoatlantycki musi być jednością. Polska nie załatwia nic dla siebie, tylko dla NATO, dla wschodniej flanki NATO, także dla państw bałtyckich, dla innych państw, które są naszymi sąsiadami właśnie w tej wschodniej części. Dbamy także o interesy naszego sąsiada Ukrainy, który dzisiaj jest, jak wiemy, od ponad roku w stanie wojny, bo broni się przed brutalną rosyjską agresją i będziemy czynili wszystko, żeby zapewnić pokój. Naszym interesie jest to, żeby Rosja musiała wycofać się, opuścić okupowane terytoria Ukrainy, żeby przywrócony został prymat prawa międzynarodowego i wierzymy tutaj głęboko, że NATO jako całość, jako najsilniejszy sojusz obronny na świecie wesprze w tym Ukrainę i będzie prowadziło skuteczną politykę, która do tego doprowadzi. Tak, chcemy przedyskutować oczywiście kwestie bezpieczeństwa wschodniej flanki NATO i generalnie państw NATO jako takich, Europy, no ale nie tylko, bo mamy zapowiadaną od dłuższego czasu przez prezydenta Putina relokację taktycznej broni nuklearnej rosyjskiej na Białoruś. Mamy zapowiadaną relokację najemników grupy Wagnera, rosyjskich najemników grupy Wagnera na Białoruś. To razem zmienia architekturę bezpieczeństwa w bezpośrednim sąsiedztwie NATO i z całą pewnością to wymaga dyskusji i wymaga także decyzji ze strony NATO. We know and we understand what's the situation. We are neighbors of the Ukraine. Ukraine is now under Russian invasion. There is terrible war. We know what it means. We have millions of Ukrainian refugees in Poland. So I think I can say that all Poles, Polish society understand, and we have to spend more for our defense, to increase our military capabilities, to increase our defense capabilities, and this is crucial now, so that's why we made these decisions.
Mr. President, how do you estimate the efforts of Ukraine on its way to NATO if she does enough?
I have one message. We should establish straight and clear path for Ukraine to NATO. And that's all. O, mam taką nadzieję, uczestniczymy w ich przygotowaniu. Dyskutujemy nad nimi. Myślę, że to jest czytelny znak tego, że państwa demokratyczne, państwa wolne, które tworzą Sojusz Północnoatlantycki, chcą wolnej, suwerennej, niepodległej Ukrainy i wspierają dążenia społeczeństwa ukraińskiego do tego, aby takie państwo mieć. No, przepraszam, białoruskiego oczywiście. Dziękuję bardzo. Thank you.
Weitet, was wir an Unterstützung gewährleisten, und wir werden das in den nächsten Jahren auch weiter tun. Gerade jetzt ist noch mal ein neues Paket von knapp 700 Millionen Euro geschnürt worden, das uns in die Lage versetzt, die Ukraine jetzt unmittelbar weiter zu unterstützen. Alles zusammen wird es hier darauf ankommen, die gefundene Einigkeit und Solidarität auch weiter voranzubringen. Und dazu zählt natürlich auch, dass wir all die wichtigen Entscheidungen treffen, die erforderlich sind, damit die NATO sich auch als Verteidigungsbündnis gut neu aufstellt. Denn wir müssen uns ja gegen eine Bedrohung unseres Territoriums wappnen. Und das ist mit den Entscheidungen, die hier getroffen werden, auch verbunden. Dazu zählt im Übrigen ja auch die Entscheidung, dass mindestens 2% der Wirtschaftsleistung für Verteidigungskriterien ausgegeben werden soll. Deutschland ist mit den Mitteln, die wir im Haushalt bereitstellen, unserem Sondervermögen nächstes Jahr in der Lage, genau das zu erreichen. Für uns ist von Anfang an wichtig, dass es Sicherheitszusagen für die Ukraine gibt, die nach einem Frieden wirksam sein können. Und dazu werden wir auch jetzt die notwendigen Vereinbarungen treffen, die jetzt für das, was wir aktuell an Unterstützung leisten, relevant sind, aber auch für das, was dann in einer Friedenssituation erforderlich ist. Da werden die G7-Staaten eine gemeinsame miteinander hier festhalten, die das ausdrückt und die dann ganz konkret von den einzelnen Ländern ausgefüllt wird, so wie wir das ja jetzt auch schon aktiv tun mit unserer Unterstützung der Ukraine. Es ist ganz wichtig, dass wir hier eine gemeinsame Entscheidung treffen als NATO zu der Frage, wie das, was wir in Bukarest entschieden haben, auch weiterentwickelt werden kann. Und das ist alles auf einem guten Weg. Die USA und Deutschland haben da sehr präzise sich an der Diskussion beteiligt, um möglich zu machen, dass wir hier genau das Richtige tun. Jetzt geht es darum, dass wir die Ukraine aktiv unterstützen bei der Verteidigung ihrer Souveränität und Integrität, auch mit den Waffenlieferungen, die all die Staaten jeweils mobilisieren. Deutschland ist ja nach den USA der zweitgrößte Unterstützer der Ukraine. Und wir werden das ja auch in Zukunft sein. Das gilt dann um die Sicherheitsgarantien, die Frage, wie das sich für die Zukunft entwickelt. Und dann ist es natürlich wichtig, dass wir auch genau die Schritte beschreiben, die sich entlang der Frage, wie sich das Verhältnis weiterentwickeln kann, auch bewegen. Dazu zählt ja im Übrigen auch jetzt die Entscheidung, dass wir die Zusammenarbeit zwischen NATO und Ukraine mit einem gemeinsamen Rat vertiefen.
Herr Schulz, is Germany finally
Deutschland hat einen großen Schritt vorwärts gemacht und wir werden in der Lage sein, das 2%-Ziel einzuhalten. Mit den Mitteln des Bundeshaushaltes und mit den Mitteln des Sondervermögens ist das vorbereitet. Und wir werden gleichzeitig dafür Sorge tragen, dass das auch in Zukunft so geht. Mein Eindruck ist, dass viele Staaten, die zur NATO dazugehören, jetzt aber auch sich auf den Weg gemacht haben, sodass dieses Ziel, das wir hier vereinbaren, anders als in den letzten Jahren eines ist, das realistisch in kürzerer Zeit von den Mitgliedstaaten der NATO auch umgesetzt wird, was natürlich unsere gemeinsame Fähigkeit zur Bündnisverteidigung auch erheblich stärken wird. Und das, finde ich, ist ein ganz guter Fortschritt. Wir haben beim letzten Europäischen Rat Beschlüsse gefasst, wie wir die Beziehung zwischen der Türkei und der Europäischen Union weiterentwickeln wollen und dazu auch die Europäische Kommission aufgefordert, Vorschläge und Berichte vorzulegen, damit wir das voranbringen können. Ich werde hier auch mit Präsident Erdogan sprechen. Die Türkei ist ein wichtiger Partner für uns und das wird dann auch in den künftigen Beziehungen zum Ausdruck kommen.
Herr Schulz.
Es ist eine Frage, die auch ganz konkret, wenn ich mich mit Präsident Erdogan hier treffe, eine Rolle spielt, wie wir unsere Beziehungen weiterentwickeln können. Und wie gesagt, ich habe mich sehr dafür eingesetzt, dass der Europäische Rat entsprechende Entscheidungen trifft, was ein Neuaufsetzen der Zusammenarbeit mit der Türkei betrifft.
Herr Schulz, just one question, sir. Steve said to CNBC, how quickly can Germany get to spending 100 billion euros? How quickly can Germany get to its target of spending over 2% of its GDP and possibly can it go even further?
Deutschland wird schon im nächsten Jahr 2% der Wirtschaftsleistung für die Verteidigung ausgeben. Mit den Mitteln unseres Budgets und des Sondervermögens wird das auch erreicht werden. Und wir werden jetzt dafür die Sorge tragen, dass, wenn das Sondervermögen aufgebraucht ist, wir dann aus den regulären Haushaltsmitteln dauerhaft diese Finanzierungsgrundlage weiter gewährleisten können. Thank you.
Přímo za vámi, mami?
President Biden, dear Joe, welcome to the NATO summit, and many, many thanks for your strong leadership making this alliance united and even stronger. This summit is already historic because the agreement we made yesterday will make Sweden a full member of NATO. And that will make our alliance even more capable of defending all allies. At this meeting, we will also send a clear message to Ukraine that we stand by them as long as needed, and also that we agree on a united and positive message on the path forward for Ukraine and membership for Ukraine. Another major message from this summit will be that we need to invest more in our defense. And we will agree a new defense investment pledge, where we state clearly that 2% of GDP for defense is a minimum. The good news is that European allies and Canada are stepping up. This year we have new numbers showing that they have added 8.3% in real terms for their defense budgets. This is record high, and that demonstrates that allies are delivering on their commitments. So once again, Mr. President, it's great to have you here at the NATO Summit.
It's good to be here, and thank you for continuing to deliver. I, as I've made no mistake, the press is not at all surprised. I've been touting the fact that I think it's really important at this critical moment in Ukraine, in the whole NATO issue, that you continue to lead NATO. You're trusted. No one knows the situation that we're facing better than you do. And this is a historic moment. The adding of Finland and Sweden to NATO is consequential, and your leadership really matters. And we agree on the language that we proposed, that you proposed, relative to the future of Ukraine being able to join NATO. And we're looking for a continued united NATO. They've heard me say, my American president heard me say many times, I still think that President Putin thinks the way he succeeds is to break NATO. Not going to do that, especially with you as the leader. So thank you for the willingness to do it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Mr. President, what is your role in getting Turkey to agree? Mr. President, why weren't you at the signing?
Okay, let's move, guys. We're going to move the national family photo. We're going to go back.
Son Excellence, Monsieur Xavier Bettel, Premier ministre du Grand-Duché de Luxembourg. Son Excellence, Monsieur Emmanuel Macron, Président de la République française. The Right Honourable Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada. Her Excellency Ms. Kaja Kallas, Prime Minister of the Republic of Estonia. Son Excellence, Monsieur Alexandre De Croo, Premier ministre du Royaume de Belgique. His Excellency, Mr. Krišjānis Kariņš, Prime Minister of the Republic of Latvia. His Excellency, Mr. Jonas Gahr Støre, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Norway. Her Excellency, Ms. Katrín Jakobsdóttir, Prime Minister of the Republic of Iceland. His Excellency, Mr. Nikolai Denkov, Prime Minister of the Republic of Bulgaria. His Excellency, Mr. Petr Pavel, President of the Czech Republic. His Excellency, Mr. Jakov Milatovic, President of Montenegro. His Excellency, Mr. Mark Rutte, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. His Excellency, Mr. Andrzej Duda, President of the Republic of Poland. His Excellency, Dr. Robert Golob, Prime Minister of the Republic of Slovenia. His Excellency, Mr. Dimitar Kovachevsky, President of the Government of the Republic of North Macedonia. His Excellency Mr. Zoran Milanovic, President of the Republic of Croatia. Her Excellency Ms. Giorgia Meloni, President of the Council of Ministers of the Italian Republic. The Right Honourable Rishi Sunak, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. His Excellency Mr. Olaf Scholz, Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany. Her Excellency Ms. Mette Frederiksen, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Denmark.
I do it all wrong. You'll figure it out.
Especially me.
We were actually at the request of us waiting.
His Excellency Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis, Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic. His Excellency Mr. Sauli Niinistö, President of the Republic of Finland. His Excellency Mr. Edi Rama, Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania. His Excellency Mr. Pedro Sanchez, President of the Government of the Kingdom of Spain. Her Excellency Ms. Zuzana Chaputova, President of the Slovak Republic. His Excellency Mr. Klaus Werner Johannes, President of Romania. His Excellency Mr. Antonio Costa, Prime Minister of the Portuguese Republic. His Excellency Mr. Ulf Kristersson, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Sweden. His Excellency Mr. Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary. His Excellency Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey.
Čia šitą kur tūsina labai normaliai. Žaliukas buvo tokia. Žaliukas tunelė. Ne, žalia aš klausiu. Moteris žaliukas tunelė, nes pagrindinis jie taip nužiūrinėjo iš pakalėlį ir visai kitai. Ne vieną kartą atsisukus kameras, tai juokingai būtų žodžiu. Ir žinai, kai vyrai gali nežinoti. Nu taip, kažkokie tokie amžiai techniškai. Gal, nes jau pagrindinis jau taip žiūrėjo, žinot, pakadimas. Laukimas. Atvedė. Matau, bet dabar užuoju. Nu, pasiruošti.
The Honorable Joseph R. Biden, Jr., President of the United States of America.
Nu, renkasi.
We just shrunk NATO to
It's not fair.
Your Excellencies, for the family photo, we would invite you to look in the central camera for 8 seconds. Thank you.
change your procedure. You have had the most important kindergarten ever.
var den tweeten ligger.
Hæ?
Den här tweeten svenska skulle ligga.
Ja, men det ser jag på då.
Ja, bara som du vet.
In action.
Ja. Good afternoon. I think we are ready to start. If you all can find your seats, then we will start this summit. So once again, good afternoon. Welcome to all of you to this NATO summit. Many thanks to our host Lithuania and to you personally, President Nausėda, the Gitanas, for hosting all of us. And let me also welcome President Niinistö, who have been at many NATO summits before, but this is the first NATO summit where you actually attend as a full-fledged member. So welcome to you, Sauli. And then also a warm welcome to Prime Minister Kristersson. Following the agreement yesterday, we will soon also be welcoming Sweden as a full-fledged member. So welcome to you. Today we will make many decisions for an even stronger alliance. We will increase our practical and political support to Ukraine. This will bring Ukraine closer to NATO, where it belongs. We'll also take bold steps to further strengthen our deterrence and defense, including new plans and forces for the defense of the Euro-Atlantic area. And we will agree a more ambitious defense investment pledge. Let me now pass the floor to our host, President Nausėda, for his opening statement. Please, Gitanas, you have the floor.
Dear Jens, my dear friends, allies, it's my honor and great pleasure to welcome you all in Vilnius. Welcome to Lithuania. Lithuania, where freedom has never been taken for granted, where values have always been stood for, where allies are always welcome and cherished. Lithuania is a country where the principle one for all and all for one bears a very special meaning and is carried deep in our hearts. Today the most brutal war is being waged by Russia against sovereign and independent Ukraine, at the doorstep of NATO. Today allies are meeting in Vilnius to testify to the importance of collective solidarity and defense. Also to take bold decisions on how to strengthen allied security and defense, help Ukraine to win, and boost our partnerships with like-minded countries in other regions. Unity, solidarity, and the transatlantic bond are irreplaceable pillars of our success. Dear friends, let me wish us all productive discussions and wise decisions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, President. This ends the public part of the meeting. I thank the media for joining us at the top of the meeting, and we'll continue in just a moment. Thank you so much.
This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service.
Son Excellence, Monsieur Xavier Bettel, Premier ministre du Grand-Duché de Luxembourg. Son Excellence, Monsieur Emmanuel Macron, Président de la République française. The Right Honourable Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada. Her Excellency Ms. Kaja Kallas, Prime Minister of the Republic of Estonia. Son Excellence, Monsieur Alexandre De Croo, Premier ministre du Royaume de Belgique. His Excellency, Mr. Krišjānis Kariņš, Prime Minister of the Republic of Latvia. His Excellency, Mr. Jonas Gahr Støre, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Norway. Her Excellency, Ms. Katrín Jakobsdóttir, Prime Minister of the Republic of Iceland. His Excellency, Mr. Nikolai Denkov, Prime Minister of the Republic of Bulgaria. His Excellency, Mr. Petr Pavel, President of the Czech Republic. His Excellency, Mr. Jakov Milatovic, President of Montenegro. His Excellency, Mr. Mark Rutte, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. His Excellency, Mr. Andrzej Duda, President of the Republic of Poland. His Excellency, Dr. Robert Golob, Prime Minister of the Republic of Slovenia. His Excellency, Mr. Dimitar Kobachevsky, President of the Government of the Republic of North Macedonia. His Excellency Mr. Zoran Milanovic, President of the Republic of Croatia. Her Excellency Ms. Giorgia Meloni, President of the Council of Ministers of the Italian Republic. The Right Honourable Rishi Sunak, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. His Excellency Mr. Olaf Scholz, Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany. Her Excellency Ms. Mette Frederiksen, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Denmark.
I do it all wrong. You'll figure it out.
Especially.
We were actually at the request of us waiting.
His Excellency Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis, Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic. His Excellency Mr. Sauli Niinistö, President of the Republic of Finland. His Excellency Mr. Edi Rama, Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania. His Excellency Mr. Pedro Sanchez, President of the Government of the Kingdom of Spain. Her Excellency Ms. Zuzana Čaputová, President of the Slovak Republic. His Excellency Mr. Klaus Werner Johannes, President of Romania. His Excellency Mr. Antonio Costa, Prime Minister of the Portuguese Republic. His Excellency Mr. Ulf Kristersson, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Sweden. His Excellency Mr. Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary. His Excellency Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey.
Kovčik işte, ne? Čia šitą kartus nelabai nori. Žaliukas buvo tokia. Žaliukas turėjo. Ne, žalia aš klausiu. Moteris žalia, žaliukas tunelį, nes pagrindinis jie taip nužiūrinėjo iš pakelių ir visą kitą. Ne vieną kartą atsisukus kameras, tai juokingai. Žinai, kai vyrai galima nesisakyti. Nu taip, kažkokie tokie amžiniai. Gal, nes jau pagrindinis jau taip žiūrėjo, žinok, pagrindinis. Laukimas. Matau, bet dabar užuoju. Nu, pasiruošti.
The Honorable Joseph R. Biden, Jr., President of the United States of America.
One of my colleagues is at the end of that. We will start with the back. You will walk back onto the stage. You will walk off over here on the stage afterwards.
We just shrunk NATO to
It's not fair.
Your Excellencies, for the family photo, we would invite you to look in the central camera for 8 seconds. Thank you.
Very well. Let us proceed this way. Yes,
change your procedure. You have had the most important kindergarten ever.
we are representing Norway at what proves to be a historic NATO summit. I would first say that few countries in NATO will be more touched by the fact that Sweden is now becoming a member. And for the first time in modern history, the entire Nordic region will be inside NATO. And that has profound positive implications for the way we plan our security, our defense, and how we will contribute positively to NATO. NATO is a threat to none. This is an organization of collective security which will be enhanced by Swedish membership. Secondly, it is historic because we will now approve updated regional plans and updated regional structure, command structure, and we will secure the funding of NATO operations. That is a result of hard work in the entire alliance. And finally, we will reconfirm our support to Ukraine. Norway has committed a 5-year program of support to Ukraine militarily and in the civilian and economic sphere. And we hope to see this meeting issue a very clear prospect to Ukraine that their future lies in NATO, that we enhance our cooperation, and at the first meeting of the Ukraine-NATO Council will underline that political dimension. So this is indeed an historic meeting, and we will make every effort to contribute, as Norway has since 1949. Well, I think this will be consistent with the pledge made in 2008. Ukraine has the prospect of becoming a part of the NATO family. While war is raging in Ukraine, we have to support every effort to end that war and that Ukraine can defend its sovereignty as a democratic free nation. And I think an invitation should be phrased in a way that when the time is right and allies agree, Ukraine can be allowed in.
Prime Minister, people are now saying with the inclusion of Sweden and Finland into NATO that we now have the Baltic as a so-called NATO lake. Do you feel there will be some retributions, more enhanced military activity from the Russians in response to the fact that, as you mentioned, Scandinavia is now complete with the Baltics and northern Germany and Poland in completing those NATO lakes?
Think about it this way. We are all members of NATO, but we don't change as nations. Again, we are a threat to none. We want peace and stability in our region. The threat has come from Russia's aggression in Ukraine. That led Finland and Sweden to make historic decisions to join NATO. It took a bit more than a year when that was finalized. But we will still be Finland, Sweden, Norway, Iceland and Denmark from the Nordic perspective. We will be contributing to peace, stability and cooperation. But there also has to be solid defense and deterrence, and that has been as a result of Russia's aggression. That is the fact.
For my country, and you know we are in close proximity to the neighbor Belarus. We are in close proximity to.
Well, I think things have happened since 2008, so it will have to take that into account. We are now supporting Ukraine. We will enhance cooperation between Ukraine and NATO. And I think the perspective of Ukraine having a future in NATO will be underlined. Well, there are discussions in the G7 sector of having security guarantees, assurances. That is outside NATO, but I expect that to be discussed also here at the summit. Thank you.
Meaning that we will not only repeat the mantra of officers of NATO, but also to show the clear pathway, how to proceed, how to find these forces. And Into account the fragile security situation in the Baltic region, especially Suwalki Gap, I think this is very important to have the decisions to assign the necessary forces, to have the prepositioning taking into account just a very tense situation in this region. You know, Lithuania is sandwiched between Belarus on the one hand and Kaliningrad, heavily militarized region of Kaliningrad. And this Suwalki Gap is a small line. But sometimes, of course, we would wish support comes faster. The decision making should be quicker, especially reacting to what is happening in the proximity of Lithuania, especially Belarus. And I mentioned to President Biden that Belarus really becomes an issue. And this is not like Belarus in, let's say, in 2020. Now we should not have any illusions. This country is not independent anymore. This is one more gubernia of Russian Federation. So Russian military forces, the Belarusian territory is fully available for Russian military forces to plan the operations against Ukraine. The recent announcement that tactical nuclear weapons will be placed, will be deployed on Belarusian soil is in the stage of implementation. We know that, and this is only the matter of time when they will finalize it. Then instrumentalized migration is going on. Yes, this is not like it was 2 years ago, but still there. So all this as a complex shows that security situation in our region is not stable, is not improving, is deteriorating. And I hope that we will bring this news, this understanding to our allies, to our partners, and this will be one of the potential topics of our discussion today and tomorrow.
Mr. President, thank you.
Sorry, the line is waiting, so probably it will be possible to communicate, I think, in the future. But my colleagues are waiting for you. All the best.
Good morning, everyone. Really happy to be here at this NATO summit. Politically, a very important summit, but also symbolically to have this NATO summit here in Lithuania and one of the Baltic countries. Main message, of course, is our unity towards Ukraine. I think what we have shown over the past 17 months was definitely unexpected from the other side, and the support that we have given, I think, is only showing what we will be able to continue, and we are in here for a long
so
run.
it's a great day for Finland. For the first time we are full members attending the NATO meeting. The first good news we heard already, I mean that our good neighbor Sweden has succeeded in their negotiations to get some green light to their membership. And that is most important for us in Finland too, not just because they are good friends and neighbors, but they are very much needed in securing the Northern European security. So I have all the reasons to expect that we get more positive news during these days, and looking forward for that. So, please. Se on selvästi vihreää valoa Ruotsille kohti jäsenyyttä, ja kyllä minä uskon, että tässä nähdään myöskin sitten käytännön toteutus. Kuulimme myöskin jo Unkarin kohdalla, että kyse onkin vain teknisestä tilanteesta, jolloin toivottavasti saamme Ruotsin mahdollisimman äkkiä mukaan täytenä jäsenenä. Se on todella hyvä uutinen Suomelle. Olen sanonut, että Suomen jäsenyys ei ole täydellinen ilman Ruotsia. No, nyt se sitten täyttyy. Ensinnäkin koko tälle kokoukselle on varmasti äärettömän tärkeää, että kyetään antamaan hyvin yhtenäinen ja myönteinen signaali ulospäin. Tämä liittyy nyt vähän siihen pitkään keskusteluun Suomen ja Ruotsin jäsenyydestäkin, joka näytti ulospäin hivenen hajanaiselta. Nyt tuo Ruotsin kohdalla ratkaisu on selvä askel siihen, että täällä signaali on paitsi Ruotsin jäsenyys, niin myöskin tietty yhtenäisyys. Ja uskon, että tuon Ukrainan tilanteen kohdalta löytyy sellainen formulaatio, josta voidaan olla yksimielisiä. Ja sitten tulee olemaan mielenkiintoista nähdä, miten presidentti Zelenski omalta kohdalta asian näkee, kun hän tänne saapuu. Minä olisin nyt sitä mieltä, että Suomen hallituksen voisi olla viisasta ottaa selkeä nollatoleranssin kanta rasismiin. Jos hallitus tällaisen kykenee ottamaan, niin se minusta olisi hyvä signaali myöskin maailmalle. Täytyy nimittäin muistaa, että rasismi ja mahdolliset ongelmat maahanmuuton suhteen ovat kaksi täysin erillistä asiaa. Well, we are surely very delighted. That's very important, not only for Finland, but for Northern Europe, for NATO as a whole. So it's first positive news what we can now hear from this meeting. I'm very confident that what they agreed that the result be Swedish membership. And we heard also Hungary saying that it's only a technicality question for them. So I have said many times that our membership is not complete without Sweden. So nu det är fullständig. Niin, olen tämän Ruotsin jäsenyyskysymyksen kohdalta aika useaankin kertaan nyt etukäteen sanonut, että odotan kyllä positiivista liikettä. En sinänsä, että Ruotsi olisi täällä mitenkään jäseneksi asti ennättänyt virallisesti, mutta kyllä tässä nyt suunnilleen kävi niin kuin ainakin itse vähän toiveikkaastikin odotin. Ja mitä sitten tulee Suomen hallitukseen, totesin jo mielipiteeni tai sen, mikä minun mielessäni tässä asiassa on, en sen enempää lausu. No, minusta kaikkein tärkeintä on nyt se, että meillä on vihreää valoa ja vielä tärkeämpää, että voimme luottaa siihen. Aikataulutus on sitten varmasti vähän tällainen valtio-opillinenkin kysymys sekä ehkä Turkissa että Unkarissa, mutta kyllä minä vähän ripeämpää aikataulua odottaisin kuin kuukausissa monissa. Meillähän on jo vuodelta 1999 Helsingin huippukokouksen päätös, jossa Suomi voimakkaasti myöskin tuki Turkin jäsenyyttä. Ja sitä Suomen myönteistä kantaa ei ole kyllä muutettu. Tosin se on nyt sitten ollut aika lailla levossa, niin kuin koko prosessikin. No me olemme tietysti kokeneet tässä vuoden mittaan jo montakin historiallista hetkeä, mutta kyllä ne aina säväyttävät ja totta kai, vaikka olen tässä kokouksessa moneen kertaan ollut siis kumppaniroolissa, niin onhan tämä nyt ihan toista. Upea tunne ja todellakin kiitos kaikille suomalaisille siitä, että me tällaisen ratkaisun osasimme tehdä juuri oikeana aikana. No minusta ensimmäinen hyvä vakuuttava viesti on se, että NATO on yhtenäisenä ja yhtenäisenä tukemassa Ukrainaa. Se on vahva viesti kuitenkin. Sitten tietysti vähän toinen raide liikkuu nyt G7-maiden toimesta. Heillä on tarkoitus ilmeisesti jossain vaiheessa julkistaa myöskin oma käsityksensä, joka liikkuu sellaisen termin kuin security assurance alla. Jotenka kyllä tässä viestiä tulee, mutta tästä kokouksesta tietysti tulee se yhtenäinen tuen osoittaminen Ukrainalle ja varmasti myöskin tuen osoittaminen siihen, että Ukraina saavuttaa ne ehdot tai kriteerit, niin kuin sanotaan, mahdollisimman nopeasti ja riittävällä tavalla, jotka NATO edellyttää. Hyvä. Kiitoksia. Minä en näe teitä.
He would prefer to
investment was record low because there was no political support for it. And in 1939, we wanted to increase the defense spending by 100%, but it was already too late. And with the defense spending, we can't act when the crisis is here. We have to act before, because that means procurement, that means production, and all of it. And when in 1988 all the allies were investing 2% to defense, it was because they felt that the threat is real. And now the threat is very real as the conventional war is going on. So I really urge all the allies to do it faster. This work has been very intense. I mean, the debates are going on all the time. We have 31 countries that are all democracies, and in democracies we debate, and we have reached already a good compromise and working on this as well. As I was mentioning, the NATO-Ukraine Council is the first step. Dropping the map is also one of the conditions, but also practical steps how to get to the membership. I mean, interoperability of equipment. Ukraine is using the equipment that the allies are giving and the ammunition, so it is already ticking those boxes. So what more can we do in order to really go to that membership? In political medium, we hear the worries that different allies have regarding the membership, but these are the same worries that were regarding us joining. And I just recently read the book about NATO's history, and it was very interesting how Germans at the time when the Visegrad countries were accepted didn't really want the Visegrad countries in, but then one of the representatives said that it's better that the Poles fight than the Germans fight the Russians. So here we have the Ukrainians fighting and not the...
I just got here from Latvia, where Canada made a significant investment in doubling our troops on the ground over the coming years, because we know how important it is to continue to stand strong on NATO's eastern flank. Defending our values and our territory is more important than ever, given what we've seen from Russia over these past number of months and indeed years since the invasion of Crimea. Canada has continued to step up on training. We continue to step up on direct support for Ukraine, about $8 billion worth of support. And we're going to continue to be there, which is why we're so glad to see everyone coming together on a clear path for Ukrainian accession to NATO when conditions allow. Also want to highlight what good news it is to have seen the forward movement on welcoming in Sweden to NATO. Canada was the first country to ratify NATO's accession, Sweden's accession to NATO, and we're very pleased to be it. Le Canada a doublé ses intentions en termes de troupes au niveau de la Lettonie. On va continuer d'être là pour appuyer l'Ukraine, et on va continuer d'être là pour être un partenaire fort à l'OTAN. Merci beaucoup tout le monde. Thank you.
Répondre aux objectifs que nous nous étions donnés à Madrid. Et je me félicite de l'accord qui a été obtenu hier pour justement l'entrée de la Suède, et heureux aussi d'avoir la Finlande qui sera autour de la table avec nous comme membre. Vous savez que la France a soutenu cet agenda. C'est aussi un message très fort de soutien à tous les membres de l'Alliance, et vous savez que la France, depuis le début de cette guerre, a renforcé sa présence avec 1000 de nos soldats qui sont présents en Roumanie, 300 en Estonie, plus une police aérienne qui fait que la France est un grand contributeur du renforcement de l'OTAN sur son flanc Est. Et puis compte tenu de la situation et de la contre-offensive qui est menée par l'Ukraine, j'ai pris la décision d'accroître les livraisons d'armes et d'équipements, et de permettre d'avoir justement des capacités de frappe dans la profondeur aux Ukrainiens, toujours en gardant la clarté et la cohérence de notre doctrine, c'est-à-dire permettre à l'Ukraine de défendre son territoire. Et donc nous avons décidé de livrer de nouveaux missiles permettant des frappes dans la profondeur à l'Ukraine. Ce sera déployer conformément aux engagements que nous avons pris avec eux. Merci beaucoup. Je pense qu'aujourd'hui, ce qui est important pour nous, c'est d'envoyer un message de soutien à l'Ukraine, d'unité de l'OTAN et de détermination à ce que la Russie ne doive emporter cette guerre. Et c'est la grammaire dans laquelle nous devons rester. Je ne vous donnerai pas de chiffres aujourd'hui, mais je vous remercie de traduire. C'est ce qui a été décidé et nous répondrons aux besoins qui ont été exprimés par l'Ukraine. Merci beaucoup. Merci à vous.
Hello to all. This is a very... Prvo, ovo je isključително важен состанок, доаѓа во многу важен момент, во момент кога практично се води војна од
Well, it's a well-known position from Sweden to have close ties between Europe and Turkey, so that's well known. And now we are promoting closer economic bonds, modernizing the customs union, providing better visa regulations and so forth. And I think there is a fertile ground for a closer cooperation. Well, I think it's, as I said, the Swedish position on cooperation between the EU and Turkey, that is decades long, so that's nothing new at all. And we just recently agreed within the EU on a wording that we, during the fall of this year, will restart talks about how to regain a better cooperation with Turkey. So nothing is new in that, I would say, but it's good. Yeah. Några svenska medier som vill någonting? I think I will stick to Jens Stoltenberg's wording from yesterday, as soon as possible. I think that's it gives the framework for the process ahead of us. I talked quite recently with the Hungarian Prime Minister, so I feel very safe in his statements to me. Okay. Okay.
tai Giedriaus, dėl ko man atsiuntė Artūras? O tai ką jisai man padės? Dabar iškvietimo nėra. Padės man nereikia, Giedriaus, tai reikia tik tai, kad leizonai žinotų. Tai gerai, tai aš jums perduosiu jam Gerai, gerai, mes susitarėm. Gerai. Kaip policijai praneštų, kad čia išvykimas, ne per leizoną.
Išvykimui tam buvo paruošta. Tai čia nuo atrofanų. Dabar kalbam su aš tai nužiūrėk. Atsistos į kempę, kad netrukdyti prie šitą gražos vietos. Savo laiku. Ne, operatorius. Jeigu tu reikės, tu dėl manęs, jeigu tu turi reikalų, tai savo reikalus turi. Eik ir...
Hello. Nice to meet you. Вітаю. Я нічого не розумію українською мовою. Я, напевно, це питання. Так. Все, поїхали. I'm not sure.
Just small thing here?
Just.
You know, the main goal is a full-fledged membership.
Yes, but leaders, President now, they are discussing removing.
That's why I will not discuss with you right now, because we will wait tomorrow, and we will see. But right now I come to sign with my colleagues, ministers of defense of the French countries, a memorandum regarding the F-16 training courses coalition.
So you are waiting implementation in Vilnius?
Yes, sure. Sure.
And what about the tweet from Mr. Zelensky about he was very critical.
My president knows something. Good luck.
This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the
перейомные только.
This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service.
Biškai arčiau gal? Arčiau tai link. Kur? Link manęs. Aš čia kelis variantus padarysiu. Dabar gaunasi man. Jeigu būtų žemesnis, tai man būtų gerai. Rėmų išmetęs. Dar geriau portretą tokį labiau padaryti. Šviesius objektyvas, kaip aš vėliau bijau, kad jeigu čiut ne nakies iškrenta fokusas. Salę, kaip matėte,
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to this short signing ceremony. We will start the ceremony with introductory remarks from the Deputy Secretary-General. I will then invite the ministers to sign the document, which will be followed by the family photograph. Then the DSG will return to his meetings, and I will then invite the ministers to make remarks before we conclude the ceremony. So without further ado, I turn the floor to the Deputy Secretary-General.
Thank you so much, Zoe, dear Wendy, dear Minister Pevkur, Minister Murnice, and Minister Hanasauskas, dear friends, dear colleagues. It is my pleasure to be here today for this very important signing of the Declaration of Cooperation on Airspace between Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, our dear Baltic allies. In the context of enhancing NATO's deterrence and defense posture, I congratulate you for the close cooperation demonstrated in this declaration, which will provide a cross-border airspace solution for NATO training and exercises. Allies have already enhanced the NATO air and missile defense posture on the eastern flank by deploying air and missile defense resources and executing enhanced vigilance activities, thus demonstrating their solidarity, determination, and ability to defend alliance territory and our populations. Airspace is a finite resource which needs to be shared amongst civil and military users. The solution developed here in the Baltic region delivers a flexible and tangible result in the spirit of sharing airspace, while at the same time matches the needs of the alliance to strengthen NATO air and missile defense capabilities. We will continue to improve this posture over the long term in order to enable the readiness and responsiveness of NATO air and missile defense forces. The availability of suitable airspace volume is a key enabler in support to the regular deployment of air and missile defense assets for training and preparedness has been recently proven by a major exercise done in your region. We are also very clear in saying that the addition of this cross-border airspace solution here in the Baltic states is an excellent example of close collaboration between not only the military forces, but also with our civilian colleagues. I think it's an inspiration for the rest of our alliance. Dear ministers, dear friends, dear allies, thank you for your commitment, for your spirit of innovation, and the spirit of intense and traditional cooperation on behalf of your region and behalf of our great alliance. Thank you so much, and it's a privilege for me, representing the Secretary General, to be with you at this very auspicious moment. Thank you so very much.
And I invite you to sign the declarations in front of you. And now I'd invite the DSG and the ministers for a family photograph.
Wait, a photo op? Yeah, let's do a photo op and then we'll make the statements. Each takes the flag. Congratulations. 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 I'm calling team spirit in the Baltic area. Thank you so much, and I will leave you for your declarations.
And it's my pleasure to now invite the Minister of National Defence for the Republic of Lithuania to take the floor.
Dear colleagues, Inara and Hanno, a declaration of cooperation between the Baltic states is an important step forward in strengthening the
air defense of the Baltic states. I welcome NATO's decision on the air defense rotational model. It is of exceptional importance for Lithuania. The rotational model will help to ensure a smooth transition from air policing to air defense. We work with our allies to implement the rotational model. Lithuania is ready to provide the needed infrastructure and host nation support. We invest in national air defense capabilities. Lithuania acquires additional NATO system. Also, over the next 10 years, Lithuania plans to invest about 142 million euros in the infrastructure of the Šiauliai Air Base. We are grateful to the allies for deploying air defense assets for the protection of the NATO summit, which contributes to success of this event. At the same time, we see the deployment of air defense capabilities as a first step in testing the principles of the air defense rotational model. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And I'd now like to invite the Minister of Defence for the Republic of Latvia. Thank you.
Thank you, my fellow colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Ukrainian resolve to protect their country and people against Russia's aerial firepower shows us every day that air defense is an important component to determine course of the war and success in it. We have no reason to think that Russia's air and missile campaigns would be different in any other potential conflict. Given the circumstances, it's particularly crucial to step up national and collective efforts in boosting our air and missile defense capacity. I echo my colleagues and welcome NATO's decision on air and missile defense assets rotational model, which is incremental step for whole alliance. I am very glad that together with Lithuania and Estonia we have reached another milestone in our close cooperation. Commitments highlighted in this declaration is our share to facilitate swift and prompt implementation of rotational model, as well as to host and contribute to NATO deterrence activities. Our trilateral achievements so far serve as a good example for our allies. We have already established opportunities for NATO and allies to employ our airspace. We are investing heavily in development of national air defense capabilities. Our intent is to increase defense investments, and it remains unwavering. Latvia stands ready to provide necessary infrastructure and host nation support for allied air and missile defense units, thus facilitating interoperability among our forces and exercising transition from air policing to air defense. We look forward to temporarily hosting Baltic Air Policing Mission from Lielvārde Air Base. Relocation of this vital mission demonstrates NATO operational flexibility and provides novel locations in the Baltic region for Allied fighting jets to test interoperability and to exercise. I am confident that sky over Baltic states is and will remain secure. Thank you.
Minister, thank you very much. And finally, let me invite the Minister of Defence for the Republic of Estonia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Inara, are with us.
journalist. Well, we all know how important air defense is. We see that every day in Ukraine, and it is clear that we have to see what we can do more in order to protect our people, our nations. And that declaration shows that the Baltic states are ready to do more and intend to continue cooperation on developing air defense. I'm very happy that a couple of weeks ago we agreed in NATO Ministerial the principle that there will be air defense rotational model. And this is why we now go to the next level, and then we try to start to implement that also, especially on the NATO's eastern flank. Estonia, of course, is ready to host that kind of missions, and then we are ready to offer our host nation support to that kind of missions. We have, luckily, in Estonia, a flexible legal framework in place to create the necessary airspace training areas, and these are in accordance with the NATO regulations for flight level. We have excellent cooperation with civil aviation, and we have already hosted NATO large-scale air operation exercises with allied air forces like Air Defender 23. Of course, we saw already many months back that there is an urgent need to develop air defense, and this is why we started to look for the options as long we don't have our own medium-range air defense, and this is why I'm very, very thankful to Spain for deployment of NASAM's surface-to-air missile defense battery to Estonia temporarily. It has given us valuable experiences, and we welcome other allies to follow their lead. Obviously, we need to invest also more, and definitely we will also do, and we will invest to our infrastructure. We will renovate Ämari Air Base next year, and this is why I'm very thankful also to Latvia that they can host the air patrolling mission that time. So we all understand why we are doing that. I truly hope that also our people understand that, and also our allies understand why it is so crucial also during the war in Ukraine to give the confirmation and certainty to our people that our airspace is protected. So thank you very much for all of you. I thank once again my colleagues, and we are happy to see that one extra initiative among Baltic states can realize, and I really hope that quite quickly. Thank you very much.
Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our ceremony today. Thank you very much for attending, and I wish you all a wonderful rest of the summit. Thank you.
Daugiau nebus išmėšimų. Aš nežinau. Давай pasižiūrėti tą. Jūs ištransliuokit savo poziciją, kad jokio veikimo negali būti per legioną. Ir dar čia vienas dalykas būna kartais. Per toli atsistoja? Ne, per arti. Aš jums sakiau, palapinės kampas. Kai vienas čia atsistoja už tą... Gerai, aš ten pas parodysiu, jau pačiu padėsiu. Ne, tai šitą... Gerai. Aš jiems sakiau tavo stebėti, išlipti tam, kad stebėtų tave. Ką tu darai, ar tu davai, ar davai. Nu tai, Sėdi prašymai, kad tavo žmogus pasitrauktų nuo kėdės, kad stebėtų mylimo vas pareigūnus. Jo geriausiai. Ir stojam tolimiausiam kampe baltos žodžiu, čia priėjimo metu.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to this short signing ceremony. We will start the ceremony with introductory remarks from the Deputy Secretary General. I will then invite the ministers to sign the document, which will be followed by the family photograph. Then the DSG will return to his meetings, and I will then invite the ministers to make remarks before we conclude the ceremony. So without further ado, I turn the floor to the Deputy Secretary General.
Thank you so much, Zoe, dear Wendy, dear Minister Pevkur, Minister Murnice, and Minister Hanasauskas, dear friends, dear colleagues. It is my pleasure to be here today for this very important signing of the Declaration of Cooperation on Airspace between Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, our dear Baltic allies. In the context of enhancing NATO's deterrence and defense posture, I congratulate you for the close cooperation demonstrated in this declaration, which will provide a cross-border airspace solution for NATO training and exercises. Allies have already enhanced the NATO air and missile defense posture on the eastern flank by deploying air and missile defense resources and executing enhanced vigilance activities, thus demonstrating their solidarity, determination, and ability to defend alliance territory and our populations. Airspace is a finite resource which needs to be shared amongst civil and military users. The solution developed here in the Baltic region delivers a flexible and tangible result in the spirit of sharing airspace, while at the same time matches the needs of the alliance to strengthen NATO air and missile defense capabilities. We will continue to improve this posture over the long term in order to enable the readiness and responsiveness of NATO air and missile defense forces. The availability of suitable airspace volume is a key enabler in support to the regular deployment of air and missile defense assets for training and preparedness has been recently proven by a major exercise done in your region. We are also very clear in saying that the addition of this cross-border airspace solution here in the Baltic states is an excellent example of close collaboration between not only the military forces, but also with our civilian colleagues. I think it's an inspiration for the rest of our alliance. Dear ministers, dear friends, dear allies, thank you for your commitment, for your spirit of innovation, and the spirit of intense and traditional cooperation on behalf of your region and behalf of our great alliance. Thank you so much, and it's a privilege for me, representing the Secretary General, to be with you at this very auspicious moment. Thank you so very much.
And I invite you to sign the declarations in front of you. And now I'd invite the DSG and the ministers for a family photograph.
Wait, a photo op? Yeah, let's do a photo op and then we'll make the statements. Each takes the flag. Congratulations. 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 On improving team spirit in the Baltic area. Thank you so much, and I will leave you for your declarations.
And it's my pleasure to now invite the Minister of National Defence for the Republic of Lithuania to take the floor.
Dear colleagues, Inara and Hanno, a declaration of cooperation between the Baltic states is an important step forward in strengthening the air defense of the Baltic states. I welcome NATO's decision on the air defense rotational model. It is of exceptional importance for Lithuania. The rotational model will help to ensure a smooth transition from air policing to air defense. We work with our allies to implement the rotational model. Lithuania is ready to provide the needed infrastructure and host nation support. We invest in national air defense capabilities. Lithuania acquires additional NATO system. Also, over the next 10 years, Lithuania plans to invest about 142 million euros in the infrastructure of the Šiauliai Air Base. We are grateful to the allies for deploying air defense assets for the protection of the NATO summit, which contributes to success of this event. At the same time, we see the deployment of air defense capabilities as a first step in testing the principles of the air defense rotational model. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And I'd now like to invite the Minister of Defence for the Republic of Latvia. Thank you.
Thank you, my fellow colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Ukrainian resolve to protect their country and people against Russia's aerial firepower shows us every day that air defense is an important component to determine course of the war and success in it. We have no reason to think that Russia's air and missile campaigns would be different in any other potential conflict. Given the circumstances, it's particularly crucial to step up national and collective efforts in boosting our air and missile defense capacity. I echo my colleagues and welcome NATO's decision on air and missile defense assets rotational model, which is incremental step for whole alliance. I am very glad that together with Lithuania and Estonia we have reached another milestone in our close cooperation. Commitments highlighted in this declaration is our share to facilitate swift and prompt implementation of rotational model, as well as to host and contribute to NATO deterrence activities. Our trilateral achievements so far serve as a good example for our allies. We have already established opportunities for NATO and allies to employ our airspace. We are investing heavily in development of national air defense capabilities. Our intent is to increase defense investments, and it remains unwavering. Latvia stands ready to provide necessary infrastructure and host nation support for allied air and missile defense units, thus facilitating interoperability among our forces and exercising transition from air policing to air defense. We look forward to temporarily hosting Baltic Air Policing mission from Lielvārde Air Base. Relocation of this vital mission demonstrates NATO operational flexibility and provides novel locations in the Baltic region for Allied fighting jets to test interoperability and to exercise. I am confident that sky over Baltic states is and will remain secure. Thank you.
Minister, thank you very much. And finally, let me invite the Minister of Defence for the Republic of Estonia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Inara, Arvidas, journalist. Well, we all know how important air defense is. We see that every day in Ukraine, and it is clear that we have to see what we can do more in order to protect our people, our nations. And that declaration shows that the Baltic states are ready to do more and intend to continue cooperation on developing air defense. I'm very happy that a couple of weeks ago we agreed in NATO Ministerial the principle that there will be air defense rotational model. And this is why we now go to the next level, and then we try to start to implement that also, especially on the NATO's eastern flank. Estonia, of course, is ready to host that kind of missions, and then we are ready to offer our host nation support to that kind of missions. We have, luckily, in Estonia, a flexible legal framework in place to create the necessary airspace training areas, and these are in accordance with the NATO regulations for flight level. We have excellent cooperation with civil aviation, and we have already hosted NATO large-scale air operation exercises with allied air forces like Air Defender 23. Of course, we saw already many months back that there is an urgent need to develop air defense, and this is why we started to look for the options as long we don't have our own medium-range air defense, and this is why I'm very, very thankful to Spain for deployment of NASAMS surface-to-air missile defense battery to Estonia temporarily. It has given us valuable experiences, and we welcome other allies to follow their lead. Obviously, we need to invest also more, and definitely we will also do, and we will invest to our infrastructure. We will renovate Ämari Air Base next year, and this is why I'm very thankful also to Latvia that they can host the air patrolling mission that time. So we all understand why we are doing that. I truly hope that also our people understand that, and also our allies understand why it is so crucial also during the war in Ukraine to give the confirmation and certainty to our people that our airspace is protected. So thank you very much for all of you. I thank once again my colleagues, and we are happy to see that one extra initiative among Baltic states can realize, and I really hope that quite quickly. Thank you very much.
Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our ceremony today. Thank you very much for attending, and I wish you all a wonderful rest of the summit. Thank you.
одним за нас страшно, іншим за себе стидно. Вони дивляться крізь ящик, по ящику краще видно. Але якщо є віра, то вистачить сил. На фронті в Мелітополі, в бою, в інтернеті, знаєш, якщо випаде ядерний пил, це буде останній сніг на планеті. Вони можуть розбомбити щастя, вони можуть розстріляти мрію, але вбити волю їм не вдасться. Кожен буде жати, що посіяв. Вони можуть розбомбити щастя, вони можуть розстріляти мрію, але вбити волю їм не вдасться. Кожен буде жати, що посіяв. 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 Кожен буде.
Good evening. The Secretary General will brief you on the first session of the Vilnius Summit, and then we'll have time for a few questions. Secretary General.
Good evening. NATO heads of state and government took important decisions at a critical moment for our security. We welcome Finland as a full-fledged member of the alliance, and we look forward to welcoming Sweden as a full member of the alliance based on the agreement I reached last night with President Erdogan and Prime Minister Kristersson. We also addressed Ukraine. Since we last met a year ago at our Madrid summit, NATO allies have delivered unprecedented support to Ukraine with more ammunition, more modern equipment, and more training to the Ukrainian forces. Today, allies have agreed a package of 3 elements to bring Ukraine closer to NATO. First, a new multi-year assistance program for Ukraine to enable the transition from Soviet era to NATO standards, training and doctrines, to help rebuild Ukraine's security and defense sector, and to cover critical needs like fuel, demining equipment and medical supplies. Second, a new NATO-Ukraine Council, a forum for crisis consultations and decision-making, where we will meet as equals. And I look forward to having the inaugural meeting of the Council tomorrow with President Zelensky. Third, we reaffirmed that Ukraine will become a member of NATO and agreed to remove the requirement for a membership action plan. This would change Ukraine's membership path from a 2-step process to a 1-step process. We also made clear that we will issue an invitation for Ukraine to join NATO when allies agree and conditions are met. This is a strong package for Ukraine and a clear path towards its membership in NATO. Allies have also approved the most comprehensive defense plans since the end of the Cold War. These are designed to counter the 2 main threats we face, Russia and terrorism. Under our new plans, NATO aims to have 300,000 troops at high readiness, including substantial air and naval power. Robust deterrence and defense requires a robust industrial base. So leaders endorsed the new Defense Production Action Plan. This will accelerate joint procurement, boost interoperability, and generate investment and production capacity. To do all this, we need to invest more in defense. Our latest estimate show that defense expenditure by European allies and Canada will increase by 8.3% in 2023. This is the biggest increase in decades. Since 2014, they will have invested an extra $450 billion in defense. 11 allies now reach or exceed the 2% benchmark, and we expect this number will rise substantially next year. Today, allies made an enduring commitment to invest at least 2% of gross domestic product annually in defense, and to do more urgently to meet their commitments. NATO leaders also addressed China. China is not our adversary, and we should continue to engage. But Beijing's increasing assertiveness affects our security. China is increasingly challenging the rules-based international order, refusing to condemn Russia's war against Ukraine, threatening Taiwan, and carrying out substantial military buildup. China's nuclear modernization is unprecedented in speed and scale, and being carried out with no transparency. Allies agreed to continue working together to protect against China's coercive behavior. And tomorrow, we will meet the leaders of Australia, Japan, New Zealand, and South Korea, as well as the European Union, because we are stronger and safer when we stand together. And with that, I'm ready to take a few questions.
We'll start with Washington Post, there in the middle. Yeah.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. Michael Birnbaum from the Washington Post. President Zelensky, of course, issued a tweet in the middle of your talks that criticized the language that you just agreed to on Ukraine's path toward membership. I was wondering what your thought was when you saw what he was saying about what NATO was agreeing to, and what your message would be for Ukrainians who are disappointed by this language. Thanks a lot.
What allies have agreed today is a strong, united, and positive message to Ukraine about enduring support, but also a positive message on the path forward for membership. And this includes this package of practical support to enable full interoperability between Ukrainian armed forces and NATO forces, the establishment of the NATO-Ukraine Council, and then the decision to remove the requirement for a membership action plan, which actually means that instead of 2 steps to become a member, there will now be 1 step. And we also made it clear that the invitation will be issued when conditions are met. Then I would like to add that on top of that, of course, allies are also providing substantial military support, because the most urgent task now is to ensure that Ukraine prevails, because unless Ukraine prevails, there is no membership issue to be discussed at all. And therefore, I welcome the military support that the allies have provided now for months, actually starting back in 2014, and then since the full-fledged invasion in February last year, substantially stepping up their support. And just over the last few days, allies have made substantial new announcements. France has announced that they will deliver long-range cruise missiles. Germany just announced a new package with air defense and armored vehicles. And the US made yet another big announcement of more military support. And many other allies have made different types of support, including the establishment of coalition to provide training for F-16 fighter jets. So put together, this is a strong message which sends a positive and united message to Kiev.
We'll go to the Ukrainian news agency in the 3rd row. Yeah.
Dmitry Shkurko, National News Agency of Ukraine here. Thank you for the floor. Question, just follow up my colleague. Can we expect today a final communique on Ukraine, and we can expect it tomorrow? And could you please specify what kind of conditions Ukraine still need to fulfill to initiate the accession procedure and to get an invitation? Thank you.
So we have agreed a communique, and we also agreed a package for Ukraine. That was agreed by the leaders, and I referred the main elements now. The practical support, the political ties with the NATO-Ukraine Council, full interoperability, the removal of the membership action plan, and then, of course, also all the different things that allies are providing bilaterally, including with the new announcements we have heard today and the last few days. I have been in close contact and regular contact, and NATO allies have also been in regular contacts with Ukrainian officials. I've discussed this also with President Zelensky, and I look forward to meet him tonight, and then also to have the inaugural meeting of the NATO Ukraine Council tomorrow, where I will set out the package of the three elements, bringing Ukraine closer to NATO, and this is a strong package.
Okay, Reuters. Over there. Andrew, maybe you can just ask your question.
Andrew Gray from Reuters, Secretary General. To come back to President Zelensky's remarks, he said it would be absurd if the time frame is not set neither for invitation nor for Ukraine's membership. How would you respond to that specific point, and why have allies not set out a time frame today?
What we have agreed is a very substantive package with many different elements that helps to move Ukraine closer to NATO, help them to move towards NATO membership, and this is partly a very practical support on, for instance, interoperability, and reforms, defense sector reforms and interoperability are among the conditions which are important for membership. So that's a practical way of moving Ukraine closer to NATO. Then we also send a strong political message with the language on membership, including the language which is now in the communique on invitation. There's never been a stronger message from NATO at any time, both when it comes to the political message on the path forward for membership and the concrete support from NATO allies, military support, but also the practical support on how to ensure full interoperability. And if you look at other membership processes, there have not been time lines for those processes. They are conditions-based. Has always been.
Okay, we'll go to the gentleman here in the second row.
Lauri Nurmi, Iltalehti from Finland, Mr. Secretary General. The Baltic Sea becomes NATO's inland sea. NATO puts 300,000 new troops on high readiness. What does all this mean for frontline countries like Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania and Poland? And what is NATO's message to Mr. Putin and Russia? How historic is this moment? Thank you.
It is historic that both Finland and Sweden will become members of NATO. Finland is already a full member, and with the agreement that President Erdogan and Prime Minister Kristersson and I were able to make last night, Sweden will also become a full member of the alliance. This is historic. It's important for the whole alliance. It's important for Finland. It's important for Sweden. But it is also in particular important for the Baltic region, because when you look at the map, you realize that, for instance, the ability to reinforce the Baltic region is very much improved by the fact that we now have Finland and soon also Sweden as full members. And that will be reflected in our defense plans, in our exercises, in our capability targets and everything else we do as an alliance. So it makes the whole alliance stronger, and it makes especially the Baltic region safer. It sends the message that NATO's door is open. It sends the message that it's for NATO allies to decide on enlargement. It's not for Moscow to deny sovereign nations the sovereign right to choose their own path. And this is, again, something we have demonstrated not only in words, but also in deeds by now allowing 2 new members and sending a message to Ukraine, which is stronger than any message NATO has ever sent before on membership for Ukraine.
We have the gentleman over there in the 3rd row. Over there.
European Pravda, Ukraine. Secretary General, I would ask you to clarify a bit on conditions. I understand that you cannot list all of them. It's probably not clear, but maybe you see how these conditions would be defined, agreed, because I'm afraid that it would be read that NATO has lifted membership action plan, but have invented another membership action plan with another name, which is conditions. So it's like making a bit of fake achievement. Thank you.
No, what we say in the communique is that Ukraine has moved beyond the requirement for a membership action plan, just because Ukraine has come much closer to NATO. I was actually attending the NATO summit in Bucharest in 2008 as a Norwegian Prime Minister, and I remember very well the discussion there. And of course the discussion now is totally different for many reasons, not least because Ukraine is under full-fledged attack by Russia, but also because Ukraine has come so much closer to this alliance over all these years, because especially since 2014, when NATO allies start to train and equip Ukrainian armed forces, but even more so after February last year, Ukraine has demonstrated capabilities, skills, and has been more and more integrated with NATO. This is also a consequence of the equipment which NATO allies are delivering, because, for instance, when we deliver modern battle tanks or advanced air defense systems, a consequence of that is also more interoperability, more NATO standards, doctrines, and a gradual movement from the Soviet era doctrines, standards, and equipment to NATO, just by the fact that so much equipment is now delivered. And of course, when we start training with training of pilots for F-16s, it will even more add to this important interoperability, which has always been a requirement for NATO membership. So this is moving Ukraine closer to NATO and to NATO membership, and also reflecting the fact that NATO has come much closer. Well, we have conditions partly in Article 10 of the Transatlantic Treaty, the Washington Treaty, and then, of course, at the end of the day, it has to be allies that assess whether conditions are fully met or not, and that's exactly what allies then have to agree, and therefore we also refer to both the conditions, but also the need for all allies to agree. That's the way we make decisions in NATO.
Politico here.
Thank you, Secretary General. Just to follow up on this important topic, I have in front of me the text from 2008 from Bucharest, which we've all been reading and rereading over the past weeks. NATO welcomes Ukraine's and Georgia's Euro-Atlantic aspirations for membership in NATO. We agreed today that these countries will become members of NATO. So if you were explaining just to the average citizen in the alliance and in Ukraine, people who are really keen to understand what was decided today, how would you explain the difference between the text that was agreed in Bucharest in 2008 and the specific language that was agreed today?
There are several differences. One important difference is that I think the next sentence, or at least a bit further down, we say that the next step is membership action plan. And that's exactly what we removed today. And at every summit since 2008, we have said Ukraine will become a member. The next step is membership action plan. Now we remove that. So that's actually turning this process, which has always been 2 steps, into 1 step. That actually moves Ukraine closer to membership, and it's a significant difference from the 2008 language, which has been reiterated at every summit since 2008. And it has been also a process in NATO to make that decision, because it was not was a straightforward decision to make. I'm glad that allies agreed, and it was the main element in my package I launched in Oslo in May at the informal meeting. Then it was, what should I say, there were questions asked whether that was to move too fast. And therefore, I'm glad that since May, since we started this discussion of removing a map requirement, all allies today have agreed to remove a map requirement. So that's difference number 1. Difference number 2 is that we actually now have a program for how to help and support Ukraine move closer to NATO. And that is the interoperability, the multi-year program, but also the strengthening of our political ties, and also reference to that the foreign minister will also in the text we agreed today, will regularly assess progress. So this, together with the fact that the substantial delivery of equipment and training just by itself moves Ukraine closer to membership, is a big difference. There is one more difference, and that is that in 2008, Ukraine was quite far from NATO. What has happened since 2008 has already moved them much closer to us.
Swedish radio, second row.
Mr. Secretary General, you mentioned the Swedish membership. When the ratification will be in the parliaments in Ankara and in Hungary, which day? What do you know about that? And can you please tell us something about the feelings in the meeting hall today when you met the other heads of state and you have the Swedish Prime Minister together with you? What was the feeling today after the green light yesterday from President Erdogan?
Of course, it is for the Turkish parliament to decide exactly when they finalize the ratification. President Erdogan made it clear yesterday that he will submit the ratification papers for Swedish accession as soon as possible. But then, of course, also as a former parliamentarian, I think we should respect that every parliament has their own procedures. And also when there has been not very controversial enlargement, this has sometimes been domestic processes. But what makes the agreement yesterday historic is that, of course, it is a clear commitment from President Erdogan that he will submit the papers for ratification, and that he will work with the Grand National Assembly, the Turkish Parliament, to ensure ratification. And this is historic, and that was also reflected in the meeting today. I think that almost all allies welcomed Ulf Kristersson. First of all, they welcomed Sauli Niinistö, the president of Finland, because this was his first NATO summit. He attended as president of Finland as a full member of the alliance. And then allies also expressed their welcome to Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson, expressing that they welcomed the agreement yesterday, and all were looking forward to having also Sweden as a full member as soon as possible. So I felt the kind of historic sentiment in the room that was reflected in what allies said, and of course I welcome that message from all of them.
Okay, we'll take the last question from ARD. Over there.
Thank you very much. Markus Preis with ARD. Apparently there's a big need to better understand what are the conditions. I try it the other way around. President Biden said in his interview with CNN that Ukraine was still short of some requirements for joining, including over democratization. What are conditions Ukraine clearly does not meet now to get the invitation? Thank you.
I think we have to understand that there are at least two dimensions which we're addressing. One is the kind of the level or to what extent they have been able to modernize it.
Троима подаром, троима! Крок вправо, будь ласка. Крок вправо.
Of course, the fact that there's a war going on in Ukraine. The Ukrainian forces have demonstrated courage, skill, competence that has impressed the whole world. But at the same time, there is a full-fledged war. And therefore, I think all allies agree that when a war is going on, that's not the time for making Ukraine a full member of the alliance. So these are two different things. The question of governance, corruption, interoperability, which is an issue regardless of whether it's a war or not. And then the other issue is the ongoing war in Ukraine. And we need to address both of them. At the end of the day, it has to be allies that assess, as we always do when we have enlargement, whether the conditions are met and then make the decision on an invitation. The important with the communique today is that we have the tools to ensure that Ukraine moves towards membership. We have for the first time invitation as part of the language, and we have for the first time removed the requirement for membership action plan. So this is a big step, never been stronger language from NATO on membership, and never been more specific announcement of what we're actually going to do to ensure that Ukraine becomes a member of the alliance.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I know there are still quite a few questions, but we'll need to leave it for now, because there is a dinner of the leaders, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
下载中天新闻网 App， 周周抽机票，还有众多好康，让你今年夏天好好玩一下。这一波奖品非常丰富，有赢达旅行社提供日本、韩国、泰国等旅游夯地的来回机票。周周抽机票，快来试试手气！下载中天新闻网 App 参加抽奖，就有机会把免费机票带回家。还有孩子们最喜欢的奇幻岛探索乐园亲子畅玩门票，是小朋友暑假放电好去处。立刻下载中天新闻网 App 参加抽奖。另外，也有米特才艺中心的乐高机器人、流体熊等丰富课程，让孩子暑假不虚度，从游戏中学习成长。只要下载中天新闻网 App， 就有机会抽课程抵用券。以及最近非常热门的国立海洋科技博物馆门票、新北水岸河滨自行车租借优惠券、宜兰苏澳立桨冲浪体验优惠券，以及大家最爱的小七咖啡。这么多的好康奖项都在中天新闻网 App 里。快拿起手机下载中天新闻网 App， 输入推荐代码，任选一个账号注册，填写完资料，来到中天复古乐园戳戳乐，丰富奖品等你抽！赶快来下载中天新闻网 App， 试试好手气，好康抱回家。